Visayas State University, Philippines. Dear participant, we are starting at 8 a.m. Jakarta time. International seminar entitled Visayas State University, Philippines. Entitled Elderly Care in the Time of COVID-19 Pandemic, held by Bethesda Yakum Institute of Health Science in collaboration with Visayas State of University of Philippines. Dear participant, we are starting in 15 minutes. Have you re-registered yourself? The registration link is shared on the chat box. Let me read the rules of this international web seminar. First, please change your name on the Zoom by this format. Type down your full name without title and your institution. And the second, the participant shall attend the seminar from the beginning to the end. And the third, the participants are required to fill out the registration and evaluation form. Any error caused by incorrect data input is not committee's responsibility. Fourth, the participants should wear a proper attire. Fifth, the participants are allowed to activate their audio and video under the committee's permission. Sixth, the participant who would like to ask a question could type it down on the Q&A feature, either on the chat box or comment section. By using this format, type down your name, underscore your country, underscore the speaker, underscore the question you would like to ask. And the last rule is an evaluation link will be provided 30 minutes before the seminar ends. Participants who do not fill out the evaluation link will not be certificate.
Ada kunci lain nggak bang? Ada kunci lain nggak bang? Ada kunci lain nggak bang?
Dear participant, we are ready to start in 5 minutes. Please stand by. Make sure you turn off your microphone. All the question and clarification will be entertained after the talk from our speakers. You may turn on your microphone or use the chat box. Dear participant, let me read once again the rules of this international web seminar. First, please change your format name on the Zoom by using full name without title _ your institution. Second, the participant shall attend the seminar from the beginning to the end. The third, the participants are required to fill out the registration link and evaluation form. Any error caused by incorrect data input is not committee's responsibility. Fourth, the participants should wear a proper attire. The fifth, the participants are allowed to activate their audio and video under the committee's permission. Sixth, the participant who would like to ask a question could type it down on the Q&A feature, either on the chat box or comment section. By using this format, type down your name, _ your country, _ the speakers, and _ the question that you would like to ask. And the last, an evaluation link will be provided 30 minutes before the seminar ends. Participants who do not fill out the evaluation link will not be given a certificate. Dear participant, we will about to start. Please stand by. And we would like to say thank you to Bank Rakyat Indonesia and Canisius, our sponsor for this international web seminar, for making this event possible. Here's a video from Bank Rakyat Indonesia.
Dewi dan Sinta ingin memulai bisnis pakaian bersama. Dewi sebagai desainer, dan Sinta mewujudkannya. Semua sudah direncanakan. Rak bahan, meja rancang, manekin, dan pastinya ide kreatif di kepala mereka. Tentunya mereka harus punya dana untuk segera memulai. Saatnya buka rekening di Bank BRI untuk segala layanan yang tepat. Terlalu sibuk? Oh, santai aja. Ada buka rekening zaman now. Pakai BRI Digital Saving. Buka rekening bisa dari mana aja. Gak pakai ke bank, langsung lewat gadget. Tinggal scan QR Code atau buka rekening.bri.co.id dan ikuti langkah-langkahnya. Jangan lupa transfer setoran awal. Buka rekening zaman now. Saatnya bisa buka rekening kapan aja, di mana aja.
And we would like to inform that we have some lovely gift for you, the participant who actively participating in our web seminar. You may prove your actively participate by asking question or raise your hand if you are on the Zoom room. Or those who stream online on our YouTube channel, you can drop your question on the chat box. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Greeting from Yogyakarta, Indonesia. It's our honor for me to welcome all of you to our international web seminar entitled The Elderly Care in the Time of Covid-19 Pandemic, held by Bethesda Yakum Institute of Health and Science and in collaboration with Visayas State University, Philippines. Thank you for participating in our international web seminar. Today, we have not just one or two, but three guest speakers to share their experience. There is Dr. Joel Ray from Visayas State University, Philippines. And there's Dr. Sadip Podar from Lincoln University College of Malaysia. And the third is Mrs. Christian Yeni Kustanti, SCAP and S. M. Nur Empal C. from Bethesda Yakum Institute of Health Science, Yogyakarta, Indonesia. And I am Lahtra Surya Adi Utami, and I will be the MC for this event. Let's start this web seminar by a prayer. I will lead in Christian prayer. For those who have different kind of belief, please kindly support us. Let us pray. Good morning, Lord Jesus. Thank all of your blessing for all of our life. Dear Lord, we are about to start our event today. May you blessing our speaker, our moderator, our MC, and our committee, and of course our participant in this event. Please support us and bless us for all of this for, so that this event can run smoothly from the beginning to the end. In your name we pray. Amen. Before we start the seminar, there will be a Balinese dance performed by Niputu Ira Sudiantari, one of the students of Bethesda Yakub Institute of Health and Science. Ladies and gentlemen, a Balinese dance, Sekar Jagat. lovely performance. Sekar Jagat, a traditional dance from Bali. Sekar means fragrant flower, and world and Jagat means world. It describes a peace and beauty of world filled by fragrant flower. It's one of other reasons why I love Indonesia and proud to be Indonesia. Just allow me to invite you to rise and sing our anthem Indonesia Raya and March of Persatuan Perawat Nasional Indonesia.
Persatuan Perawat Nasional Indonesia, wujud ikatan profesi perawatan, tempat membina dan mengembangkan kemampuan diri dalam membuktikan keberadaannya. Menapaklah dengan keyakinan lebih pasti, sejajar dalam abdikan diri, bangkit berdiri dan langkahkan kakimu itu, menatap hari esok penuh asa. Wahai perawat Indonesia, bangkitlah dan majulah untuk menolong sekalian yang menderita. Kuatkanlah pribadimu, tingkatkan pengetahuan untuk memberikan asuhan keperawatan. Kita melangkah untuk mengisi pembangunan bangsa negara Indonesia, untuk mengantarkan bangsa menuju sehat semua dengan semangat jiwa Pancasila. Maju perawat, majulah dalam kancah pembangunan, tunjukkanlah pada sekalian orang. Jadilah perawat model kesehatan bangsa kita, jadilah teladan dalam hidup sehat. Bangkitlah perawat seluruh Indonesia dalam mengemban citra profesi, menjunjung tinggi kode etik keperawatan, laksanakan panggilan tugas mulia, mencapai derajat kesehatan seoptimal mungkin bagi warga negara Indonesia. Sebagai bukti kiprahnya mahkota putih suci dalam mendukung pembangunan kesehatan. Dengan organisasi PPNI yang kokoh, padu bersatu serta selaras, perawat Indonesia akan mampu angkat citranya di mata insan dunia.
Good morning, Dr. Joel, Miss Vivi, and Mr. Firman. Welcome to our international web seminar, Zoom Room. Dear participant, we will listen the welcoming speech by the Dean of Visayas State University of Philippines. Dr. Joel Ray, the screen is yours. I'm
Good
sorry.
morning, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning, Dr. Joel. Can you give your speech, Mr. Joel?
Okay. Good morning again, everyone. Greetings in the name of Visayas State University. We are glad that even in the pandemic, we are able to have this type of activity that will give us more knowledge. And especially now that we are in the pandemic, we are getting to know more of the different practices from the Philippines, from Indonesia, from Malaysia, and from Israel perspective. So I hope that everyone will be able to listen attentively and will ask questions later on as the speaker uh, share their topics on the care for elderly in the time of COVID-19. And I'm also happy uh, to say that we are doing this for not just our students, but in partnership with Stekes Bethesda Yakum and the Christian Foundation in Indonesia. Thank you also for inviting us here, and to Dr. Pudar, who is joining with us, Dr. Ritno, Dr. Yenny, and Dr. Nurlia. Thank you for this activity. So I will not take it long, and welcome to our webinar in the care for elderly in the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Joel, for welcoming speech. Next, it's time to hear the welcoming speech of the head of Bethesda Yakum Institute of Health Science. Mrs. Vivi Retno Intening, the screen is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The honorable speakers in this international seminars, Dr. Sandip Podar from Lincoln University College, Malaysia, Dr. Joel Akop from Visayas State University, Philippines, Mr. Jaysher Diano from Israel, Miss Christina Yeni Kustanti from Indonesia. And also Mr. Firman Nevos Daily from Yakum. And all the participants who have joined our international seminar today. A very good morning for all of you. Welcome to, welcome to our international seminar about elderly care in the time of COVID-19 pandemic. This international seminar is a form of collaboration between Bethesda Yakum Institute of Health Sciences and Visayas State University, Philippines. First of all, let me take the time to thank all the speakers for their willingness to share their experience this morning. Of course, let me introduce myself. I'm Vivi Retno Inteni. I'm the head of Bethesda Yakum Institute of Health Sciences. Along of our vision and mission in Bethesda Yakum Institute, that is to become the center of education for healthcare professionals who have global competitiveness based on law. This international seminar is one of our effort to have better understanding about nursing, especially in elderly care. Not only from Indonesian perspective, but on also in international perspective. So, well, I've got the information from the committee that the participant who have already registered in today's international seminar have already reached more than 500 participants, and they are coming from all over the world, from Philippines, India, East Timor, and also from Indonesia. Thank you, Dr. Joel, and also Visayas State University for this collaboration. Hopefully, we can do such collaboration more often so that we can share everything in the future, Dr. Joel. And also my appreciation goes to the committee who has prepared this international seminar. Thank you for the committee. And finally, I wish you get through the rest of this international seminar. Have a very nice and fruitful discussion today. May God bless you and thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Vivi Retno Intening, for the welcoming speech. And then, the last but not least, let's have a welcoming speech from the Christian Foundation for Public Health, or in Indonesia, known as Yakum. Mr. Firman Nefas Deli, the screen is yours. I'm sorry, mister, we can hear you. Please unmute your...
Okay.
Okay, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Particularly, I would like to mention the head of Yakum Bethesda Institute of Health Science, that popular in Indonesia, Stickers Bethesda Yakum, Mrs. Vivi Retno Inteni, and our friends, the speakers all over the world from Philippines. I'm sorry if I wrong to mention your name, Dr. Joel Lakop from Visayas State University of Philippines. I remember I've been in Philippines 10 years ago, having a course in AIM, Institute of Management in Makati. And then Dr. Sandip Poda from Lincoln University College, Malaysia, and also Dr. Giselle Diano, sorry if I want to mention, from Israeli. And of course, I would like to say for our friends, Mrs. Yeni. Nice to meet you, Miss Yeni, Dr. Yeni. How are you?
Pleased to meet you. I'm good, thanks.
Okay. And also our participant of this seminar, and all the students who attend this seminar. Yeah, my name is Firman Nefos Daily, called Nefos Daily. It's such an honor for me to speak on behalf of board of Yakum, Christian Foundation for Public Health. Let me begin by giving a warm welcome to all of you to the seminar on elderly care in the time of COVID-19 pandemic carried out today. Even we are in the COVID-19 pandemic situation, that is large-scale social restrictions, such as meeting and seminar today, but with the internet connection and development of IT, the barriers could be solved and the seminar starting well. We are thank you to the Lord for kindness and blessing to all of us. The theme of seminar is very interesting and important, not only because of the number of the elder people all over the world is quite high. According to UN data, by this year, 2020, the population of the people age 65 years old or more is about 725 million people, and predict the number will be increasing in years to come. We understand that elderly people have a limitation because of physically degenerative of the human body, and all the organ of the body is not well function compared with we are in the youngest. And if you counter this problem for the aged people, for the elderly people in the pandemic situation, this elderly people is vulnerable people. In our experience, when this pandemic starting, beside care the patient of the COVID to the hospital, but also we developed the services to reach the people, both elderly and disabled people, through telemedicine facility. We understand the problem we encountered by the elderly, how to have a good health during this pandemic. So it is interesting and important if we're talking about the elderly during this pandemic by caring of them. This is about a professional responsibility of professional health like we are that attend this seminar. So we are very thankful for Stickers Bethesda, Yakum Bethesda Institute of Health Science, led by Mrs. Vivi Retnot Anthony and our friends and committee, in collaboration with Yesayas from Philippines, Dr. Joel. It's very appreciation for this collaboration. As you know that Stickers Bethesda Yakum is one of the Yakum units that provide the health services in the community. We have the 12 Christian hospital in 4 provinces, 3 health education like Stickers Bethesda, Stickers Ngestiwaluyo in Paraan, and also Stickers Pantiwaluyo in Semarang. Beside this unit, we also have the unit that reach the people in the community. We say that extramural unit. We have 3 units of them. It's about Yakum Emergency Unit, Community Development, and also physical rehabilitation. All of these efforts is one of our services to the community to reach the people to make their health will be better now and in the future. I hope with this collaboration with all of you, not only in this event, but also to make fruitful collaboration in the future. Besides the seminar, we also invite of you to make a research about the health problems cancer in our country respectively. We also invite of you that the possibility to student exchange between all of you. That's our expectation from the board in collaboration that we carry out today. Finally, I would like to thank you to all of you, the speakers, and also to the participant. Enjoy the seminar. We can share each other about experience, so it enhance our knowledge from other perspective all over the world, particularly in the country that the speakers come speak to this seminar. Thank you very much. May God bless our seminar. Thank you.
Delhi for the welcoming speech. Now we come to the main agenda of this international web seminar. To lead the discussion, let me invite you, a friend of mine, Kidung Madagusti, as a moderator. Kidung, that's how we call her, is one of the students in Bethesda Yakum Institute of Health Science. Currently, she is in 6th semester and on her leisure time. Kidung likes reading books and stream some YouTube channel. Okay, Kidung, are you ready? The screen is yours.
Thank you for the time, Latria. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kidung Mada Gusti, and I will be the moderator in this international web seminar this morning. In the next 3 hours, I will lead the session. First of all, let me thank all the speakers for your time and your willingness to share to all of us about elderly care in the time of COVID-19 pandemic. We really can't wait to have the sharing. Before we start, I will inform you that today's seminar will be divided into 2 panels. In the first panel, there are Mr. Jaser Diado, RN, MAN, and Dr. Joel Ray UA. But since Mr. Jaser Diano cannot join us this morning, Dr. Joel Ray UA will kindly share Mr. Diano's part. And then in this second panel, we have Dr. Sandip Podar and Mrs. Christina Yeni Kustanti. For you all the participants, let me inform you that there will be a question and answer session after every panel. If you are in a Zoom room, you may raise your hand, and when we give you the time, you may turn on the microphone and you may ask. Or you can type down your question on the chat box. If you stream on our YouTube channel, you may use the comment box. Okay, let's just start the first panel. First speaker is Dr. Joel Ray UA. He will present the topics with the Mr. Diado's topic that is elderly care in Israel during COVID-19 pandemic, and his own topic that is trend and issue of elderly care. Now, let me share Dr. Joel Ray UA CVs as the following. His full name is Joel Ray UA. He is Dean of Nursing in Visayas State University, Philippines. He is a proponent of middle-range nursing CUEN theory, a researcher of almost 23 nursing papers in international referred journal, an editor of an international nursing journal, Publons and Elsevier reviewer of nursing papers, a nursing lecturer and research collaborator, an educator for more than a decade, and also a speaker to international conferences. Let me invite Dr. Akeb to start sharing. Good morning, Dr. Akeb. Are you ready to start?
Yes, thank you, Kidung.
Okay, Dr. Akeb, you have 19 minutes to present your topic, and I will let you know 10 minutes before the time ends.
Okay, thank you. Can you share my screen? Okay, so thank you so much for the time. As I have said, I will share to you my topic about the health issues and also the topic of Professor Diano, who is now in Israel, but cannot do and join today because he was tested positive with COVID. So he asked me to share and give you insights of how they perform nursing care in Israel. So the topic is about trends and issues in elderly care in a cross-cultural perspective. Next slide, please. Before I go, I would like you to have at least a picture of Visayas State University. I'm sure that our students also are missing going back to this university. This is the University for Science and Technology and in Innovation and Environmental Conservation. So I hope that you will also visit one day when COVID is over. You are free to visit Visayas State. Just let us know. There was a proposal by Dr. Nurlia. Hopefully, that students will have an exchange of students in Stekis Bethesda and Visayas State University in the future. I welcome you in advance to our university. Next slide. This is the objectives of my talk this morning. This is short so that I will spend time on the question and answer to our students. It's more giving more of information to our students in Bethesda, in Visayas State, and in Timor, and in India. What are the health trends and the factors that affects the healthy aging, as well as the challenges in the caring for aging population. We also included here the current research agenda of aging, as mentioned by our chairperson of the YACUM, the Christian Foundation, that aside from the webinar that we will have, we will also try to venture on research that interests our population, and as we display our nursing care to the elderly population. We'll also have to discuss the importance of why there is a need for us, your conducting research as the language of continuous care, expression of care to our elderly population. So these are more or less the time or the objectives of our discussion this morning. Okay, next slide. We go back with the definition of aging. No, the World Health Organization and the American Association of Aging defined it as a result of impact of accumulation of a wide variety of molecular and cellular damage over time. So when we say aging, it is very subjective. When you say subjective, it depends on the person who actually experience the aging process. There are people age 60 and above, but they look younger than their age. It is because they have attributed some characteristics that more or less preserves their physical characteristics of why they are like younger or perhaps a bit younger than that of their age. So that's the biological perspective of aging. There are also individuals who as young as 20s or in their 30s, but they think like a mature individuals. They decide for themselves, example, students now in the pandemic, you are learning by your own pace and you are left in your respective homes, and the demand of time tells you that you really have to learn without your teachers or away from the classrooms. And so you are deciding it in a mature manner. And so that means that using the age as numbers, no, defining the maturity level of an individual is immaturity in thought, meaning we cannot just depend on our age being numbers to define who we are and what we are capable of doing. Okay? But again, in this definition, this is telling us that aging is accumulation of a wide variety of molecular changes or cellular damage over time. If we remember the different aging theories, like your wear and tear theory, meaning as we increase in age, there is depreciation of our physiological attributes, then that is biological in nature. Okay? So aging is also associated with life transitions like retirement, relocation, and death of friends and partners. When you say transitions, we're trying to jump from one event of our life, from one avenue of our life to another. We say that we are mature when we start to look for our Prince Charming. We start to look for our boyfriends or girlfriends, or we are trying to look for our partner in life. That's perhaps would say an indication or an indicator that we really are immature, like mature individuals. Or if not, when we have experience or our parents are experiencing years of retirement. In government service in the Philippines, we have this mandatory age of 65 to really retire from their service, from their active service. And so we would say that they are old, that they are aging. Others also are deciding to retire at the age of 60, although it's not mandatory age, but they wish to retire soonest because they want to, they want to roam around, they want to uh, perhaps travel the world, no? And retirement suggests that there is transition of life from being active into passive in nature. Relocation, for example, before uh, we cannot travel if we do not have our parents by our side. But now, because of marriage, for example, or having a family of our own, then we sometimes relocate to other avenues, to other places in order to live and continue living. So that's part of relocation. And we also have defined perhaps that a death of a person or a death of our loved ones, death of partners, it's because of the aging, no? When they are old or they die because of the old age. So that is also uh, is able to define that there is actually aging. Okay, so in like most of the many countries in the world, Israel also faces the challenge of an aging population. In 2015, 11% of the Israel's population was over 65 years old, and it is expected to grow by 15% in the year 2035. So, in responding to the needs of its growing population, Israel has some important achievements, should I say, that should be of great interest to other nations in the world, especially now that they are experiencing COVID-19. Okay, so next slide. To care for those who once cared for us is one of the highest honors. This is very true. That now that we are mature adults, it is our time to give back. It is our time to care for those individuals who once cared for us. Meaning, it is somewhat our responsibility, no, though not an obligation, but we are responsible to take care of our parents, of our grandparents, of somebody older than us in return of the good deeds of the care that they provided while we were young. Okay? So that is actually one of the, should I say, an honor, okay, in order to take care of these individuals, take care of these people. So just like in Israel, no, and even in the Philippines, um, it is one of the notable experience that they have is that in Israel they have relatively low rate of institutionalization of the elderly population. When you say low rate of institutionalization, they don't have much in terms of the home for the aged. Okay, and unlike with in the United States or in Australia or in Western countries, example, in United Kingdom, it is known that when their population or when their elderly adults are aging 60 and above, automatically they will be placed in a home for the aged facility. They have a home facility for the elderly population. It is perhaps the government's law telling them that when you age 60, you really have to live away from your family and friends, and you will be isolated in a place where all of you people the same your age are to be placed in a facility. That is institutionalization. But in Israel and in the Philippines as well, and I know that in Indonesia, uh, we are extending our help. We are actually letting the older population, our family members, to live within our home or within the same roof. No, so that's one of the practice in Israel, that they have low rates of institutionalization, and they also supported, their government supports funding for non-professional home care, meaning when you are a direct family member of that aging population, you will be paid by the government to take care of your elderly. So that means the government will give you like a subsidy, a financial support, monetary in nature, to assist you in caring for your grandparents or aging parents. And that is one of the strategy of the government in Israel in order to have a continuous bond in the family dynamics. And they also have extensive system of daycare centers, meaning they are actually equipping the family members or their community health workers on how to appropriately provide care for the aging population. The same with in Asian countries like in Indonesia or Malaysia, there is a strong supportive neighborhood and strong family support in Israel. These are the programs to show that they're really giving honor, or they're really like respecting their elderly population in return of the care these people provided during their youth. Okay, so next slide. These are health trend issues of aging. This is not new to us. Example, the hearing loss. The different aging theories would tell us that as we increase in age, there is actually a loss of, hearing or diminishing of the different body parts. Okay, back and neck pain. Yes, because of perhaps poor oxygenation into the systems, into different systems, the musculoskeletal problems that the elderly are experiencing. And we have to know what are their complaints in order to provide a tailored fit management to our elderly. The aim of elderly care is not curative. It's not actually like helping them recover, no, or making their lives like more healthy, and as far as their age is concerned. But the aim of elderly care is support system, or providing them a peaceful transition from activity to passivity. Yes, we experience that as they wait for their sun to set down and as their body depreciates, we have to make sure that we are able to facilitate even a peaceful death to our elderly patients. And Dr. Yenny will discuss about bereavement later on. And Dr. Pudar would also mention in his topic mental health among the elderly. And these are very important topics for us to, you know, tailored fit or to assist our elderly in the type of care that they are needing during, especially now in the pandemic era. So the back pains or the neck pains, for example, are some of the complaints of our elderly, the common complaints that we are hearing them from time to time. Okay? The COPD or the chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, again, it has something to do with their uh, depreciation of the respiratory function, their problems with ventilation are common, the diabetes, depression, the depression, okay, the depression, especially now in COVID-19, when there is social isolation, the local government is telling us to isolate our vulnerable population. When you say vulnerable, the very young and the very old, and most, if not all, of our elderly have comorbidities. So depression is common. Uh, Social isolation doesn't mean that we need to, you know, detach our elderly population with associating from our family members. Thanks to IT and the growing technology in healthcare, that we are able to, you know, say hi and hello to our family members, though living away from us. But thanks to technology, because we are able to at least ask them of how are they feeling at the moment or how are they doing in the pandemic. So that's depression, and we really have to note if these are signs that they are neglected or if they are abandoned by their family members. Dementia, or, you know, being forgetful or unoriented with the time and space, these are not, again, I tell you, these are not normal representation of aging. But sometimes it covers a story of abuse cases and elderly abuse, along with neglect and maltreatment, are common now, especially when they are living by themselves or when they are away from their family members. So perhaps the dementia are telling us, or signs that would alarm healthcare providers, that this individual, that this elderly in particular, is experiencing an abuse of any type. And we really have to discover that, because we know abuse is an unreported incident. Okay? So next slide. What are those influencing factors? When you say influencing factors, these are the variables, no, that affects our caring towards the elderly population. We have the social environment. Now we are mandated to really, you know, to really isolate our elderly because they are vulnerable, because they have comorbidities, and sometimes this environment would dictate us, no, and this is actually this is unknowingly, no, that we are giving them bouts of abuse or bouts of neglect or bouts of maltreatment. So these are the one of the challenge that healthcare providers are facing, especially in the social environment. When you say social environment, we also have to include our own characteristics as a care provider. Meaning, if we have a traumatic experience, personal traumatic experience from our elderlies, from our grandparents, and so when we are faced with caring for our patients in the hospital, 60 and above, we may have the same connotation and we don't feel like caring for them because of that traumatic experience. Okay? Another bullet in social environment is that the support system is not that supportive, meaning this refers to the policies, the guidelines, or even the mandates, no, that we have existing in our community. If our leaders are not supportive about caring for the elderly, then it follows that programs and priorities are not bound to caring for our vulnerable population. That's part of the social environment. When you say personal characteristics, as I have said, it is your own belief, your own disposition of how you think, of how we digest caring to this vulnerable group. No? Example, if you are living most of your life, if you are living uh, in your grandparents, so more or less you have good disposition, good characteristic, good uh, good dealings to your elderly. But again, when you are harassed, for example, or when you are scolded many times by your grandparents, you don't like your grandparents, then that also reflects the type of care as far as personal characteristics is concerned. Physical capability. When you say physical capability, this refers to our physical attributes, meaning if our patients are too big, too huge to carry, no, especially if that patient is bedridden and we cannot do it by ourselves because we are like cute or small or thin in physique, then that also affects our our uh, our treatment, no, or our dealings to them. So these are influential factors affecting the care for the elderly. Okay, next. So what are the caring challenges? No? So I will discuss here both in Israel and in the Philippine perspective. So what are the challenges that affects the caring for population? One is health inequities. Now that there is COVID-19 and there is an initial release of vaccines, our vaccines is at phase 3. No, when you say phase 3, vaccines is approved, yes, by the WHO as an emergency treatment, no, or for emergency use, meaning this is not yet the final phase for the vaccine to be utilized as a preventive management. In phase 3, in phase 3A, or in phase 3B, this vaccine is used as an emergency, approved for emergency use in thousands of populations. And all across the globe, there is now a mass testing or mass giving of our vaccines, like the Pfizer, the Sinovac, no, and the other brand of vaccine, with the aim to give at least a degree of prevention. It's not a total cure, but a prevention so that our system, our immunity at that will be able to fight this COVID virus. I mean, yes, the virus, the COVID-19. So one of the challenge now is the inequities of health, meaning the distribution of resources. And one of the best practice in Israel is that they only have, you know, a what do you call this? A smaller population of the elderly. Imagine they only have 11% by 2015, and that would increase to 15% in 2035. So after a score from now, 20 years from now, or 10 years from now, there is just a 4% increase of their population, and that is one of perhaps the practice of Israel right now. As of today, they are giving 65%. They already vaccinated 65% of their elderly, and that is something that we need to look up into. Unlike with other countries, in the Philippines, we do not have yet the vaccines, but we have plans. Now we have plans of how are we going to distribute the vaccine, but no vaccine yet. Okay, it's just a plan for now. In Israel also, as I've said, there is 65% of the total elderly population are experiencing or are already given with the vaccine. Israel is small in size, as I have said, and they have high population density. And they're also giving, aside from the elderly, they're also giving vaccines to relatively young population, wherein herd immunity will be acquired or can easily be achieved. In the Philippines, we do not have yet the vaccine. There was even a problem or issues now arising if one is willing to be vaccinated because they are afraid of vaccines, no, from the news, from the reports on TV, that there are casualties associated because of the vaccine. Well, those are one of the issues, and that is health inequities. Or even if we have the vaccine, but there is no clear description, there is no clear plan on how are we going to appropriate this vaccine, still that is a problem of inequity in healthcare. Another issues or challenge in healthcare, caring for the population, is the outdated and the ageist stereotyping. As I've said, if we have a negative experience or when we generalize, or when we have, a general a general comment of an elderly to be negative or, not good, well, that also affects our type of care. Outdated because perhaps our nurses, our care providers are not into continuing education, continuing professional education. It's not a guarantee that when we graduate and when we when we got license after 4 years of nursing practice or nursing study, we are already expert in our profession. No, we are just starting with a career. And if we are just banking on what we learned from our nursing school, 5 or 10 years from now, we are outdated. No, sometimes we need to unlearn that things for us to learn new things, because practice in nursing is evidence-based in nature. Another caring challenge is the changing world environment. Right now that we're experiencing COVID, then that also changes our mechanism or approach of caring for the population. We have to make sure that we follow health protocols in caring, because, as I've said, most, if not all, of our elderly are vulnerable population and having comorbidities. We also have the cultural and belief-centered concerns. When you say cultural and belief-centered concerns, we cannot just let our elderly apply, or should I say, follow our own belief or our own culture. As a nurse, as a practicing nurse, we have to go back with transcultural practices, no, the transcultural nursing. If I am a Filipino nurse and will work in Indonesia as a nurse, I will not bring my Filipino culture in there, but I should follow what the Indonesian elderly wish based on their belief and their traditions. If I will go to East Timor, then I will practice based on the culture and the traditional beliefs of the Timor Leste, for example. So those are the challenges, and a nurse should be flexible from time to time. No, you know your personal culture and belief, and that should not supersede with the other beliefs or culture to your clientele when you are not within your premise or with not within your locale. So these are the challenges that we are encountering. Okay, so another challenge example in as I have said, in Israel, since they have condensed population, and one of their problems is that they have difficulty in attracting young physician to specialize in geriatric medicine. Okay, that's one of their problem now. According to Professor Diano in Israel, they are inviting foreigners or foreign nurses, meaning from the Philippines, from Indonesia, from Malaysia, from India, from Timor-Leste. They are inviting, migrating, or attracting them to take care of the Israel elderly population, because the Israel, no, medical people are hardly into geriatric medicine, or in practicing as a medical doctor specializing in the care for the elderly. So they're inviting foreigners. So there is a very good opportunity for any one of us to be there in Israel and earn a living while caring for the old. Another challenge of in Israel, in the context of Israel, is there is insufficient development of palliative care sources. When you say palliative, again, it's not to cure, but to support them, no? To support them, especially when they are in pain. So you will just have to support them. You are giving a medication or a pill, not to cure, but to at least alleviate the suffering or to alleviate the pain. So that's palliative management. So it is important also to know, okay, the culture, if there is a short or long threshold or pain tolerance to this population. So there is insufficient development of palliative management because they have this difficulty attracting young physicians to specialize in geriatric medicine. Okay, next slide. These are the research agenda. As I have said, we have to focus our research on healthy aging, the commitment of the healthcare professionals to caring aging population. These areas are less being studied, and now Right now, we are in collaboration with Kent Institute in Australia to studying the attitude of our nurses towards elderly care. So we are studying that now as one of our commitment to really see what's the problem, what is the gap that is between caring for the elderly and the care provider. We have also to study aligning the health systems with the need of older population. It is not stereotyping. It's actually trying to see if our own practice of healthcare, if our own plan of care for the elderly is within the need of our population. So the health systems that we have, is this catering to the needs of our population? Systems development for long-term facilities and abuse cases and monitoring. With regards to abuse case, we're able to develop a validated tool that would tell us if the elderly are abused or not. A student or a group of students from Visayas State University is conducting the study assessing abuse cases among elderly in the period of pandemic. So that's one of the researchable areas in the population. Okay, the next slide. I think this is my last slide, and the next slide would be more on some of the published researches about elderly care. So it is important for us to conduct research. As I've said, nursing is evidence-based, and evidences must be coming from research. To identify the updated science of caring approaches for elderly population, to develop policy as a response to the need of our elderly group, and to determine the changing roles and responsibilities of the family. I know that in Asian countries, in Asia, like in Malaysia or in Thailand, in Indonesia, we are adapting the extended family, meaning even if we get married, most of us are living within the same roof of our parents. Okay? And so we have to know if this extension, the family as an extended, system, helps a lot in the care for the elderly, or as a point against, example, why most of the elderly are abused. And based on studies, most of the perpetrators, most of the abusers are the family members. So we need to determine if the family in itself, as a basic structure in society, is responsible enough in the care for the elderly, or are there any change of roles and responsibilities in the treatment or in the care of this vulnerable population? So that is very important. It is very essential that we need to study and to include this as a researchable topic in the period of pandemic, now in the period of pandemic, or perhaps knowing the family experiences of the senior citizens in the period of pandemic. So these are important bullets why we need to include them in our scientific investigation. Next. So these are some of the published research related to aging. I always thank Dr. Pudar for being instrumental in the publication of this theory in the QN theory. This was published in Malaysian Journal of Nursing. Dr. Pudar is, very instrumental in the publication of this theory, telling us that it is not just the nurse as a professional nurse who is responsible in the care, but even anybody in the family at that shows care is considered a nurse. Okay. Another study that is published on the experiences of the abused elderly. This was published in 2018, perhaps, in Indonesia, in Public Health of Indonesia. Next slide. Next slide, please. This is actually a tool validated to assess, to determine if there is abuse cases in the elderly. This was published in Bilitong Nursing Journal. And another study published in India telling us that nursing education and practice must go hand in hand in order to obtain the most possible health care in the delivery of our service to the population. So again, the nursing education or the caring should start not the time you graduate, but the time you decided to enroll nursing and practice this profession. So it is telling us that nursing education is an avenue for us to transform or to start the caring moment or the caring situation into our profession. So that is all about the nursing education in order to sustain the primary healthcare workforce. No, as now in the pandemic, the role of primary health or the public health or the community health workers are also very important. In Indonesia, we call it cadre, no, in community health. Okay, these are some of the articles that I have written about caring for the elderly population, and you can access that one in the web, in the Google Scholar. I think that's the end of my presentation.
Okay, thank you for sharing, Dr. Joel. What an insight. Now we have a clear description on how elderly care is done in Israel and in the Philippines. Dear participants, it's Q&A time. Again, if you are in the Zoom room, you may raise your hand, and when we give you the time, you may turn on the microphone and ask, or you can type down your answer on the chat box. If you stream on our YouTube channel, you may use the comment box. Okay, Dr. Joel, we already gathered a few questions from Indonesia, from Bethesda. I will read the first question. The question is from Jessica from Bethesda. In trend and issue of elderly, violence against elderly sometimes appears during a pandemic like this. How do we respond to this? Is it clear,
Yeah.
or repeat again?
Okay. Yeah. Yes, as I have said, elderly abuse is unreported because I hope that we have the same understanding that in the Philippines or in Indonesia, our elderly are living along with our family or within the family members. As a nurse or as a nursing student or as a practicing healthcare provider, we have to, of course, report first if we have someone in authority whom we can report, no, in order to address the abuse. Second, it's more on education that the abuse is preventable or can be prevented, and it is a family member first that we need to educate. Perhaps they are, they are exhausted, or they're also bored because most of the population are losing their job because of the economic downside of the COVID-19. And we are all experiencing that. Perhaps we are bored or exhausted, and unknowingly we are able to seem to neglect or abandon or maltreat our elderly population. So that's one thing that we need to rule out or to stretch on. Okay, so another role or another suggestions I could give is to examine yourself as a practicing nurse. Are you biased, or do you have any heartaches or a negative connotation about elderly care? Because that would also affect the way we treat our elderly population. So those are my some of the comments on how are we going to address that in times of COVID.
Okay, thank you, Doctor, for the response. Now we are moving into the second question. We have a question from Maturan from Philippines. I will read the question, Doctor. Based on your experience, what are the best strategies on how to care for an elderly person who doesn't want to receive your nursing care? I'm sorry, Doctor, can you please unmute the microphone? Okay.
Yes, thank you. This is one of the challenge I am discussing earlier, that even if how how caring the nurse or how accommodating the nurse is in providing care, but on the other end, it is the elderly who is not uh, affirmative, or who is not who doesn't want to receive the care. Again, we go back with education, and we really have to give them more insights. It is our role as a nurse to educate or to discuss to them why there is a need for care, no, or for at least for them to receive the care. Sometimes our elderly are, uh, believing that they are still able to do things as way back when they are when they were young, but that is only in their mental mindset or in their mental frame. The mind is able, but the physical body cannot. So it is actually our role as a nurse to assist them in the care. And if they are hesitant to accept the said care, then we should not force them, no, to accept it. But it doesn't mean that we will leave them at a corner. We It is still our role as a nurse to look after them, or to at least prepare anything to happen in the near time. And by the time they need it, at least we are ready, and we are still willing to assist, especially on their activities of daily living. So I think there's no problem. There is no problem if the patient or if the elderly is hesitant at first. Perhaps they are not establishing yet the trusting relationship between you and the nurse. I mean, you and the patient, no? So at least you don't have reservations to care, to still continue caring, even if they at some times not cooperative. So I think that's the best thing that you can do.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ake, for the response. Now we're moving into the the third question we gather from the Zoom room. From Fabroa, from Philippines, the question is, what are your thoughts on euthanasia as a means of preventing further suffering of the terminally ill aged persons who requested it? Sorry, doctor, can you unmute your microphone?
Yes, I think that's the issue of euthanasia or mercy killing. My thoughts is, you know, I am torn between two things or two facts. First is that the aim for our care is to provide them with a smooth transition from, being from activity to passivity, no? And embedded to our care is to facilitate a peaceful death. I have no problems. I have no issues about facilitating a transition to a peaceful death. But we have to examine what is our stand about it, about euthanasia. Again, it has something to do with culture and traditional considerations. If that is legally accepted or legally, uh, legally allowed, no, in a particular country, example in the U.S., then if that is practiced or is made known, then why not? Why seeing the patient in pain if you have a law governing to facilitate euthanasia? But when some other countries, I don't know with Indonesia or in Malaysia or India, but in the Philippines, euthanasia is not yet being legalized, but is somewhat done or indirectly performed because, example, if there is a cancer, a terminally ill patient, an elderly, then sometimes the family members prefers not to give or not to submit the patient to surgery, for it is not giving them 100% assurance of full recovery from the disease or from the problem. So they sometimes chose not to continue with the surgery or with other supportive treatment, and they in return the patient dies, no? So again, it is your call. It is calling your own stand, your own conviction as a nurse, if you are really into uh, euthanasia or in assisting death for the terminally ill. So you have to go back, and what is important is you need to strengthen your belief about it.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Joel. Now, for the fourth question, we have a question from Billy, Indonesia. How can elderly maintain their health, and what food is good to increase immunity for the elderly during COVID-19 pandemic?
In terms of the diet, we have to go back with the basics. We have the pyramid, the food pyramid that tells us what to eat more, what to eat less, what to avoid, because this will increase the cholesterol or the bad fats. Okay, so in terms of the diet I have said, I think what is important is we give them, less preserved foods, vitamins, for example, the vitamin C at that, because it's very important to address immunity. These are the recommended, vitamins for our elderly, or not just the elderly, but to all of us in order to not easily acquiring, the virus. Since this is virus, so we have to have that's why the vaccine or the vitamins. With regards to as I've said, it's less preserved foods or the processed foods. No, this is not helping our elderly or even us. No, because it would take time to be digested or processed into our system, into our digestive system, and it even creates perhaps a damage in the cellular level of our body. So the vitamins, the nutrition, the exercise, and the sunlight, which is very important in order to combat this COVID-19.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Joel, for the response. Now we're moving into the fifth question from Mesa from Philippines. Based on your knowledge and experience, what is the best or recommended way to provide nursing care for an elderly patient who is violent and does not listen to you?
Well, if the patient is violent and is not cooperative, not at all cooperative, I think we need to extend our patience. It's actually an attitude, no, the attribute rather of being patient to our patients. We should, as I've said, we have to know what is our stand in caring for the elderly. So if they are not cooperative, if violent at that, the safety, it's the sense of safety that we need to provide to them. If they are violent, then we make sure that they are at all safe in their premise, or if they are violent, then we need to remove objects that may cause direct or indirect harm to our patients. When they are violent, then the more that we need to give them freedom and not to restrict them, because it will even increase their incidence of violence. And even if they are uncooperative or violent, we should still display an attitude that we are an accommodating nurse, or we are a nurse who still provide comfort even if they are experiencing, a struggle in, perhaps they are also struggling inside. They also have problems uh, in them, in depth. So the more that we need to be accommodating to show our caring to them, even if they are uncooperative or in a violent state. So those are my thoughts of patients, caring for patients uncooperative and violent. So the care should not stop. We should not turn our back, because it is our role as a nurse to, again, provide care and even loving the unlovable patients. If we do not love our patients because they are violent, then the next question is, who will love them? If we, as a nurse trained to care, is unloving or uncaring to begin with. So that, I think, is my thoughts on the uncooperative and violent patients.
So, Dr. Joel, how we provide the nursing care for the elderly care who has a violent side, that we have to make sure their safety priority, and then we remove the object that can harm them, and also don't strict them, right? I guess I think that it looks like we have a lot of questions from Zoom room and YouTube comment section. We will move into the next question from Rosal from Philippines. What are your thoughts about the issue on the side effect of the COVID-19 vaccine to elderly?
You mean the side effects of COVID-19 vaccine? Uh, I think this time it's premature, no, to say that it's really the vaccine causing them the problem. Or there are reports that elderly patients in Netherlands, no, died because of COVID after receiving COVID-19 vaccine. Again, uh, we have to see if the patient has comorbidity or is ready physically or mentally in receiving the vaccine. As I have said, the WHO allowed the use of vaccine as an emergency, as an emergency use or for emergency use, but not at all to address the COVID-19. It's not yet the end of the trial. This is phase 3 is still a part of the trial. So after they give the vaccine, they will monitor what happened to the patient or how the patient's body responds to it. And that would still be incorporated in their next trial or in their next preparation of that vaccines to be more effective, perhaps. So, with my thoughts about COVID-19 vaccine given to the elderly, this is part of our the trial and error phase, and I cannot say this early on my personal thought that it's really COVID-19 vaccine causing them a loss of life. No. However, we are confident that the WHO, no, the different departments or ministries of health in different countries in the world are also into study and continuous study of what else or what avenues they can address the said the result of, as I said, the report of death, loss of life to our elderly having the said reaction. But well, that's just my thought about it. We'll just see and wait what report bulletin will be released by WHO regarding that.
Okay, thank you, Doctor, for the answer. Now we're moving into the sixth question from Pla from Philippines. What are your insights about how the healthcare leaders and providers address the needs of the older adults?
Okay, it calls for it calls for strong leadership. As I have said, part of the social environment is the political context. If the political leaders are not giving priorities or giving priorities on the care for the elderly, then it follows that the resources will not also be sufficient to the needs, or there are no programs to be developed to provide respect or to provide direct care for the elderly. So again, it would be nice if in the executive or in the legislative areas or branches of the government, there must be a health provider or a health advocate, a nurse perhaps, that would speak in behalf of the not just the health care for the elderly, but also to uh, other health related issues in a given territory. I believe in uh, in Indonesia, the Christian Foundation. I just learned from Dr. Nuria that the Stekis is run by a Christian foundation, a Protestant of that, and I am happy because this is one of the healing ministries of the foundation, of the Christian foundation, aside from the teaching and the preaching areas. Again, go back with the political leaders, no, they should know or that these are very important issues that needs to be addressed, especially in the pandemic. Know that others are losing their jobs. There is an economic effect, a long economic effect of COVID-19. Therefore, the amelioration program, the support, a financial support, and insurance, for example, for this elderly are necessary in order to sustain their health in the pandemic time. So again, it's a call for the political leaders to do it.
So you mentioned previous that the strong leadership is playing an important role in here, right? But my question here is, are the social service in Philippines running properly, Doctor?
That is something to be, something to be studied on. On my personal lens, there was a program of the government. You mean the social amelioration, wherein they are giving subsidy, a financial support to our elderly is in the time of COVID-19. But these are one of the many supports that they are getting. Uh, in terms of the healthcare services, it was observed that our elderly are not, they are preferring not to be hospitalized even if they get sick or even if they have problems, physical or physiologic problems, because they're afraid to get tested with COVID and be positive with COVID, and know that the healthcare in some of the areas are not that not that advanced. In our place, in our region, there's only one government hospital, a tertiary hospital that is more or less complete in terms of their services and their medical equipment. There are private hospitals having the ability to cater to the needs, but again, it's quite expensive. And considering the health protocols and the different boundary restrictions, from one boundary to the other, there are a lot of requirements before you can pass through that boundary. So it would even lead to a hassle manner of acquiring or accessing the the healthcare. Yes, there is availability, but the problem is if that is accessible or not. There is availability, but the accessibility, that is something that we need to study more. That's why I included in the agenda. It's more on the research, no? Maybe that's a good environment or good side to include. If there is availability or accessibility of resources for the elderly now in the period of pandemic. So I think that's something that I can say for now. I do not have the statistics yet, the exact statistics on if there is actually accessibility or availability of resources, because all funds from the government are attuned to preparing the purchase of vaccines. And there are programs in the government that are perhaps not important or less prioritized this time, and the resources are being turned or attuned to more important, which is the healthcare and the purchase of vaccines. So that's now the scenario in the Philippines.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Joel, for the response. It looked like the discussion is getting interesting, right? It proved that we are eager to know how about the elderly care in the during COVID-19 pandemic. So we are going to move into the next question from Dolina from Indonesia. Okay, there is greeting. Good morning, Dr. Joel. I am Dolina from Indonesia. My grandmother is diagnosed with dementia and often went out without knowing where to go. There are times when she is very emotional and get angry when your family try to remind her. My grandmother also often experiences enuresis and has a history of high blood pressure. To overcome such behavior, what is the solution, Dr. Joel? Thank you.
Okay. Again, it's dementia. I do not know how old is your grandmother, but I believe the dementia, as I've said, is not unexpected, although common, but not expected part of getting old. Dementia could be a a window for us to know more about the patient or the elderly, if he or she has abused experiences or the unresolved issues in her younger years. So again, even if the patient is demented or uncooperative or violent, displaying violent behavior towards care provider, our role as a nurse is caring. Therefore, we have to show that care through unceasing understanding. We should not uh, rebut, or we should not, you know, do things or behaviors that may further aggravate the feeling or the expression of being violent. And even if the patient, I have said, is uncooperative, we still have to continue the care. Now, you mentioned that that your grandmother has hypertension. That's where you can display your caring attribute, and that is to perhaps control at least the hypertension, or the diet. You have to look into the diet composition, the less fatty, it's more on vegetables. I know that the Indonesian people are fond of vegetables, and the bebek, I forgot that, the bebek goreng, the back soup, and the like. So these are diet that you need to perhaps give for as long as your grandmother desires, while controlling the high blood or the increase in blood pressure. What else? Hypertension. Yes. Again, we go back with safety, because we do not know when the blood pressure rises. So we make sure that there's safety all throughout. You have to look after your grandmother. Again, as I have said, that is one of the highest form of honor and respect we could provide to them. So I do not know if you would agree with me that perhaps you can talk or you can converse, you provide ample time with your grandmother so that you would know really what causes the dementia, or what causes the short tempered attitude of your grandmother. No, so that's, I think, the best way you can do for now. Just understand, just understand and accommodate, for as long as this is not violating your right as a nurse or as a family member.
Okay, Dr. Joel. So the most important things you need to do is try to have a conversation or a chat with the grandmother, and also don't make them get angry more, so they don't increasing their hypertension. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Joel, for the response. Now we're moving into the next question from Dais from Philippines. Okay, you mentioned earlier, doctor, about depression. Spousal loss is very common, especially to elderly in this time of pandemic. Does bereavement and its emotional consequence plays a role in to depression in elderly? What nursing care can we provide?
Yeah, I think Dr. Yenny is the most authorized to discuss about bereavement, and I hope this covers in her discussion about bereavement and loss. Yes, although this is part of the transition, no, loss of a loved one, or uh, retirement and the like. But I hope this is being covered in the bereavement and loss by the discussion. So I won't give any, or I won't preempt the discussion of Dr. Yenny. So we'll just listen and to know more about spousal loss now, especially in the pandemic.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Joel. So, for everyone who are curious and excited for the bereavement topic, we will wait for the second panel for Mrs. Jenny to present this topic. Now, we're moving into the next question from Calixtro from Philippines. How do you handle an elderly person who has lost the will to life as a result of emotional trauma or loss of family, especially in this pandemic?
Uh, well, it's true that there are elderly who are experiencing losing the will to live, and they just want to die because they feel like useless and no longer, no longer of benefit to the population or to the family. Then you have to prove them wrong, because again, to begin with, they are feeling that kind of emotion, perhaps because we did not give them the ample time to talk to or to converse. Perhaps we are very busy with our own personal life, and we sometimes neglect them or isolated them or abandoned them. No, although we do not have any you know uh, towards or intention of that, but they're very keen, they're very observant that our behavior, although we are not speaking, no, verbally, but our behavior speaks a lot that we do not like them or we do not want them to be in. So what we can do is to always find time, even in our busiest moments. We really have to find time talking. Perhaps they are just in need of a person who would ask them if they are okay. They are not perhaps consuming an hour or two about, I mean, an hour or two from us. So they just wanted to be greeted with good morning or how are they feeling, something like that. And that's enough for them. And with that in mind, with that behavior, we may gradually change their perspective that they are still useful and they are still significant to our families. Okay, so that feeling, no, that suggests that they are losing hope, that they are losing the significance is easily addressed if we find time, if we find time to them. I think it's not expensive to ask. No, there's no monetary requirement if we ask if how are they feeling this time. They only just need somebody to talk to, somebody that would serve as compatriot, especially that they are isolated, that they are that they have limited restrictions because of the pandemic. Okay, so I think that's my advice.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with Dr. Joel because even we are not elderly, we are youth. Also, we want we want a company, we want a friend to talk with us. So that's true that we need to find a time with them and then try to have a conversation with them and greet them so they will feel relief and happy. Thank you, Dr. Joel, for the response. Now we are moving to the next question from Qtanda from Philippines. The question is there a program implemented or available program to cater the needs of the elderly during the COVID-19 pandemics?
With or without the pandemic, in the Philippines, there is this Republic Act that governs the elderly to be given with a privilege, perhaps when they buy medicine from a drugstore, they will receive a 20% discount. And when they have amusements or when they go watch movies, they also be given the same percentage discount. These are some of the privileges. And we also have some associations, the senior citizen associations that caters to, social aspect or the social needs of our elderly. I do not know with other countries, but I believe they also have. And they also, in fact, in Indonesia, based on statistics, in the UN report, in the latest UN report, elderly from Indonesia are, I think the average lifespan is 80 to 92 years old. That means it has something to do about their diet. It has something to do about family dynamics. So even if the government's plan for the elderly is very good, but the family being the core actor, key player towards elderly care is uncooperative, it would not also be successful. So that's again based from the UN report, the latest UN report, that people in Indonesia, the elderly, has a lifespan of from 80 to 92 years old. Well, those are some of the programs that we can copy. Now, in the Philippines, when you get or when you age or when you reach 100 years old, you will get 100,000 pesos in the government as an incentive. You will be called centenarian. No, that's one of the motivating factors, a program to really keep on the elderly, within our country. So I think those are some of the programs.
All right, thank you, Dr. Joel, for the response. Seems like we are getting a lot of you question more from both of Zoom and YouTube channel. Now we are moving into the question from Dewi from Indonesia. The question is, As we know that the role of family is important as emotional support, physical health support, and also the source of information for elderly, especially in time of pandemic. What kind of approach can be given to elderly with dementia, Dr. Cho?
It's always supportive approach. When you say supportive, if what the patient needs, for as long as this would benefit and for as long as this gives more benefit over the risk or the problems, then you are responsible to deliver that support measure. Example, if the elderly wanted to be alone, no, or if not, if the patients with dementia is, asking you to look for example pictures, the old pictures, the old photographs, for as long as you can give or for as long as you can provide, then I think it is justifiable that you need to support, and your immediate response is a sign that you are really into support of the patient. For as long as what the patient needs is not giving any further harm or giving any risk to the damage or loss of life of anybody, or perhaps the patient may get injured when you give something, no? So it would be fine, it would be okay. So with regards to the support, what is the type of approach or support? It's always supportive approach or supportive measures. And always consider the safety of our patients, considering that they have some problems in the depreciating physical characteristics, or perhaps when they decide it's a lot, no, or it is, or when they decide they changes their decision over time in a single minute, perhaps that would give us, a boredom or an exhaustion leading to fatigue for the care workers. But again, we have to understand that these are part of their transition, and our role is to support, to facilitate an easy transition, because it's not even easy for them to begin with, no, to experience this type of transitions. If we could imagine, if we are on their shoe right then and there, maybe we would don't know also how are we going to interact with the environment or with the people surrounding us. So again, it's very nice that you always open the opportunity to learn more about your patient from time to time that you interacted to them. Perhaps now the patient's feeling is okay, then the mood changes the next hour, then it would be up to you to continue that, that patient care and that support measures that you are supposed to give to your patient.
All right, thank you, Dr. Joel, for the response. So, as Dr. Joel mentioned before, that we supposed to be to care more to them, so they won't feel, so they will feel a support system around them. All right, we already have a question from Cope from Philippines. The question is, you said that earlier there have been research or ongoing research to identify abuse in the community. As abuse is a sensitive topic, do you think family will let them participate in this kind of survey?
Yes, this is a very good question. It has something to do with the right and the sensitivity of the topic. The development of the tool, the one that I developed during my doctoral years, is a tool friendly at that, and the supposed to be respondents of that tool are the elderly patient, not the family members. The tool is a Likert. No, it has rubrics in it. And the statements are friendly statements that when you are the one reading it, you didn't know that you are being investigated and assessed for a certain degree and to know what is the type of abuse occurring in the said patient or in the said family. Well, it is true that the family, though there are cases really that the abusers, the perpetrators are the family members, but it's not all, okay? I just need to clear on that, that though the common abusers are family members, because of the type of family that we have extended family, we have the nuclear, we have the extended family. It's not easy. It's not easy to rule out if there is really abuse happening. No, they will not give you the full details when you ask. No, and the approach is you have to establish a trusting relationship within the family and even to the abused member. When I did my investigation on assessing the elderly abuse in the family setting, I learned to live with them. It is called uh, immersion. I immersed to the family for almost a week or two or a month at long, just to know the dynamics of the family. So I lived to them. I did not ask questions that I know would get, or would give or would make them mad at me. It's just the normal, conversation I have, but they didn't know that I actually conducted a study on it. I just learn, they just learn, but they know that I am a researcher and I am doing a study on the current status of the elderly cases in the Philippines or in the particular province. But I did not tell them that I am conducting to confirm, to validate that you are really abusers of this elderly. No, it's not. And the issues just came in naturally. So imagine when I lasted to live for, a month, at least the minimum of 2 weeks to 1 month, there was actually a struggle on my part. And I need to establish rapport because when you were able to establish a trusting relationship, then it follows that every data, all informations that you need comes out freely and flowing. So that is one thing that I am confident about, that when we do with this kind of study, there must be a trusting relationship, establishing rapport with our clientele.
All right, so I will emphasize the point that we should try to establish the trust relationship with the family member with the abuse history. So when we are trying to dig out the story or dig out the information, they will share to us because we already established the trust relationship between us and them. Okay, thank you so much for the clarification, Dr. Joel. We're moving into the next question from Carnetas from Philippines. How do you handle an elderly person who do not want to receive a vaccine, especially COVID-19 vaccination, due to fear of its side effect and issues around that it has negative effect?
Then we go back with education. We should not force any treatment to any patient if they do not want it. This is their basic fundamental right. They have the right to refuse, we know that. and they have the right to be informed, the proper information about the vaccine, its side effects, and all these. But if they really wanted not to receive the vaccine, then there's no problem. At least on our end, we are able to deliver maximum care through education. And that education should be as factual, as reliable, as true information that are uh, very important for them to decide whether they would be accepting or receiving or be willing to be vaccinated. So again, we go back with the basic fundamental rights of the right to be informed, the right to education, and even the right to refuse or refrain not to accept the treatment afforded to them. But at least on our end, we are clear that whatever decisions they make, it should be bound with all those rights, and we're able to give them the best education or the appropriate informations as basis for their decision making.
Thank you, Dr. Joel, for the response. That is a wrap. That was the last question from our. Sorry for the inconveniences. So we already wrapped up the all question for those who already asked, but we didn't have a proper question and answer discussion. We will accommodate and share all the questions to Dr. Joel, and we will send the feedback later on. So, thank you, Dr. Joel. The first panel has ended. Again, thank you so much for the enlightenment, very beneficial for us. Allow us to give a certificate of appreciation to you for your willingness to share your expertise. The first speaker is Dr. Sandip Podar from Lincoln University College, Malaysia. He got his PhD in zoology at University of Calcutta, Kolkata, India in we have three awesome speakers that is Dr. Joel Rayu Akub, Dr. Sandi Podar and Mrs. Christina Yeni Kustanti. Okay, now we're moving into the second panel. Sorry for the inconvenience we had. I'm going to repeat again the curriculum vitae about Dr. Sandip Podar. His full name is Sandip Podar. He got his PhD in zoology at University of Calcutta, Kolkata, India in 2004. He also has a wide experience about research experience from 1999 to 2008, and also he has a wide range of teaching experiences. And then he has been awarded as the Best Research Advisor Award by Indian Academic Researcher Association in 2019. Since like Dr. Podar has a lot of achievement, we only share the briefly curriculum vitae about him. All right, now Dr. Podar, are you there already?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
So much. So, Doctor, you have 45 minutes to present your topic, and then the question and all clarification will be after the second panel ends. Okay, Dr. Podar, the time and screen is yours.
Thank you. I just share my screen. And thank you, Dr. Joel, for your nice presentation just before me. And of course, moderator, I sharing the starting share screen. Is it my screen okay? Slide? Miss?
Yes, I can see already, Dr. Podar.
Thank you, thank you. So very good morning from Malaysia to all of you. I see more around 400 participant was there. Now it is 360. So all of you are very sincerely attending and interested to participate in this international seminar on elderly care in the time of COVID-19 pandemic. As all of us know that this COVID-19 has been 19 means it started at 2019. Now we are in 2021. So more than 1 year, we are in lockdown, movement control order, and still the COVID is there. And of course, COVID will be there with us in future also. So we have to take precaution about that. And as we have faced this lockdown and MCO, we have lost many of our relatives, friends, except known persons by an early age or in different age groups, depending upon their immunity and COVID infection, etc. As we have seen, just our previous speaker also cannot join. He is infected with COVID now. So we wish him quick recovery so that we can again listen from him directly from Iraq. Thank you, Dr. Joel and the Stykes Bethesda Yakum Indonesia for inviting me to share my knowledge, means experience with you. And I know that all of you are very experienced and professional persons like Dr. Joel and other all healthcare professionals are here. I am just giving a brief from my side of thinking in mental health care. We have two things to remember. One is physical and one is mental. What we can see is physical and what we cannot see is mental. And human mind is the fastest thing in the earth. We are sitting in this seminar room, we are listening to Zoom, but our mind may travel to moon. Our mind may travel to stars. And maybe we are thinking about something we have to bring from friend's house. We are in the morning time, we may thinking today Saturday and Sunday tomorrow, so where we can go, how we can cook, what to market shopping, because Monday again office will start. So we have to plan ourselves. So many things in our mind. We are thinking how to visit the old parents. In this, just before few means last week, we have here Chinese New Year celebration in Malaysia, and due to movement control order, the parents cannot be seen by the kids or means the young children. They are for working in maybe staying in Kuala Lumpur. They cannot go back to home state because the state borders are closed. They have to only celebrate by Zoom, by Skype, etc. Usually this Chinese New Year is a great holiday, 3-4 days, and everybody go to the parents and enjoy the family life. So that is not possible due to this COVID. And this mental depression or mental health, we cannot see. And we cannot assume a person by seeing that, yes, what he is thinking. Every one of us, our mind is not stable, cannot stable. It is a universal rule. And mind is like a elephant tail, always moving. It is not like a bamboo or straight rod. It cannot be. If it can, then the person is very strict and very nice. And he is above the all things, upper level. For that reason, we want to stick our mind and mental health, and how we can get it by meditation. Who meditate more, he can concentrate more on his mind, and he can achieve a different level of existence. But what is the physical and mental health? As Dr. Joel is describing, and we are discussing here about the elderly mental health in this forum. So there is two different things, dementia and depression among the older people as public health issues. One is dementia, is the syndrome usually of a chronic or progressive nature in which there is a deterioration in memory, thinking, behavior, and ability to perform everyday activities. It mainly affects the older people, and although it is not a normal part of aging. As Dr. Joel told, many person at the age of 90 seems to be young, but many persons at the age of 28 also seems aged. Why? Because for the mental health. Another reason is depression. It is a mood of disorder that causes a persistent feeling of sadness and loss of interest, and lead to a variety of emotional, physical problems. Feeling of sadness, emptiness, angry, sleep disturbance, changes in appetite, anxiety, trouble of thinking, making decision, etc. are the common features of depression. And for this depression, a 20 years aged person can be seen as aged as 99 or 100 years. Now, due to this COVID, there is recession. Many persons loses job. Many persons died. Many relatives died. So we are feeling depressed, especially who are the old persons. Suppose the parent see his young son is died due to COVID. It is not expected by any of the parents of that he or she want that his kid is dying. They have give birth. and they have taken care to rear them to a certain age. They want them to see successful, not that they see the dead body of his children. So this is called this is making depression effect on the elderly mind. And as you can see, it is called black dog syndrome by WHO. As a dog, depression is always with us. And if we can control the depression, the dog will follow us. But if dog's shadow cover us, then we are completely depressed and we cannot move out from that. And dog will not ever leave. Dog will always with us because he is faithful. So depression is there with us. Now it is up to us. We can control that dog, or dog's shadow is controlling us. And this depression, as we can think that as a healthcare, many doctors have, many psychiatrists have, many psychologists have, they can do a psychology session, they can start medication. But this medication is not to leave the depression. It is only reducing. Maybe the person go for more sleep, etc. because sleep disorder, one of the effect. So he is giving more sleep to really reduce the hypertension, etc. That type of drug is given. But it is not releasing the root cause of depression. As I have seen, as a parent, suppose an aged person have seen that his children has died in front of him, then the depression cannot be leased out by giving a medication, simple medication. So there is different techniques have, and that we will discuss some, and there are many different techniques we can adopt to ease this depression. As we know, depression is a weather change. When the hot air comes, hot weather, heavy sun rays, there is an emptiness. Then the rainwater come, and that is called depression situation in the weather. After the rain is over, the environment is cool, then depression is gone. So after a few days, the depression can go. In mental health also, if we can give proper support and proper manner, then the depression can go. Now, as per WHO, I have taken this data from WHO, at least 1 in 4 older adults experience some mental disorder, such as depression, anxiety, or dementia. Due to population aging, the number of seniors with mental disorders is expected to be double by 2030. So depression is the most common mental health problem, as we told. People aged 85 and older have the highest rate of suicide in any age group. So as a comparative study they have made, and they have found, the scientists have found, researchers have found, that 85 years and aged persons are more prone and more for suicide. 2/3 of seniors with mental health problems do not get treatment as they need. As many persons from Philippines and Indonesia asking what the government take measures about this mental health care and the care for elderly. So there is a treatment gap, especially for mental health. We don't care for the mental health because we cannot see. What we can see is the broken hand, broken leg, that we can take care immediately. We can see that person is affected with COVID, so we have to give treatment first. We forget that one person need a support for pregnancy. One person need a support for food. That we don't take care. So the person lose job. Person committed suicide. These are the mental health challenges we are facing. And because we cannot see the mental health, what is we can see, we can understand. What we cannot see, out of sight is out of mind. But this is mental health. We cannot keep it out from our mind. We have to think every day about this mental health. So mental health service for older adults are extremely limited in many countries. It is US data. Mental and neurological disorders among older adults accounted for 6.6% of the total disability. So approximately 15% of adult aged 60 and over suffer from mental disorder. So mental health problems are common, and it may include isolation. Why isolation? Because we think that, yes, this elder is no longer required, economically not supporting me. So this elder is not required in my life. We are thinking about selfishness. We are more selfish. We think only for ourselves. We don't think about our fellow. We survive. I survive, so I am okay. If I am not infected with COVID, let other person infect, no problem. When the COVID attack me, then only I know what is COVID. There are many diseases, I'm not telling that one. So what we are thinking, that not many persons is thinking like that. Many persons taking care of their parents, their family members, everybody. But why this situation happening? Because when the adult is supporting the kids, rear them, but why they have to go out from home to old age home? They are isolated from the society. So affective and anxiety disorder, dementia, psychosis, among other problems. Many seniors also suffer from sleep and behavioral disorders, as I told, cognitive deterioration or confusion states as a result of physical disorder or surgical interventions, etc. So many may be having back pain, maybe having leg pain. They cannot have they have to be operated out for the surgical support. So they are feeling some physical impairment is there. They cannot hear. So they have to use the hearing aid. These all attacks in their mind that I cannot live freely. You can see there is another thing is stigma. A child's mind, like a small tree, wherever you want to take, you can take, and this child, like a tree, can move and can grow there. But an aged person, as the time is passing, we are getting age more, we are more stigmatic. We don't want to move from our own stand, like a long and large tree. So moving a small plant from here and there is easy, that like moving a big tree from one place to another. So when an old person move, as I told, that the old person is like an old tree. It needs support. Maybe from outside, like this. We need crutch, we need hearing aid, we need maybe kidney dialysis, we need the dialysis support, we need blood sugar stuff support, blood pressure support. All this causing is the mental health. If mental health is another cause for diabetes, blood sugar rising, we know everything. High pressure, high blood sugar, everything is caused by the mental health. And as soon as sugar rise, mental health also deteriorate. It is interlinked. Now, this support may come from inside or it may be from outside, means from the inside itself. We need support. Whenever we are getting aged, we need support. We cannot walk without stick. We cannot hear properly. We are needing spectacles. These are all the external support we need. And internally also we need support. How? We need some nutritious food. We need, suppose the blood sugar is high, we need insulin. We cannot take the food with sugar. So sugarless food we have to take to get support from internal. So this is the support we need to give to our elderly generation, to us itself. As I tell, we are stigmatic. Suppose I am opening, all of you try this, open two hand and try to close like this. Try now. Open and close. Then you can see right hand thumb or the left hand thumb is up. Now open again and try opposite finger to be up. Now you feel difficulty because we are accustomed with this type, not with this type. We are who is writing in right hand, they are accustomed with the right hand use. I cannot write in left hand. Same as if an old person cannot change quickly to right hand to left hand. A young boy can learn a different language quickly. We cannot. A young boy or girl can learn different song of different language easily. Like a computer memory. The computer memory, like the hard disk, it is empty. It can grab anything quickly. After a few days, the mobile memory, computer memory is jammed. We cannot take a new thing. Something have to delete it. The things in short-term memory will be deleted from our mind immediately. Some things is in mid-term memory also deleted. As age grow, the cells degenerated, neuron, the nerve cell cannot reproduce. So it is degenerating. And as soon as degenerating, something have to memory wash out. So long-term memory also going to lose out several times, means several ways. Slowly. Even people forget his or her own name. Because for some diseases like Alzheimer, Parkinson's, and nerve cell transmission, means neurodegenerative disorders, we can tell actually. So these are the mental health problem, and these not generated directly. Nobody is intentionally generating it. It is unintentional and unawareness. We are not aware about our mental health. So we are generating these diseases, and we are growing towards the aged mental health problems. So, as I have to tell about Dr. Viktor Frankl, he was a prisoner in his World War time, and he wrote a book on man searching for nature living, where he told, when we are no longer able to change a situation, we are challenged to change ourselves. But again, I am telling, the aged person and also like our age, we cannot change ourselves quickly as soon as like the children change. We are stigmatic. So there is a Kubler-Ross grief cycle. Anything come, we first deny, then we anger, frustration that we cannot do this. Even they told we have to accept this, we are not going to accept. Then we feel depressed. Such an example, suppose mask. Many person in the many countries, government, WHO, everybody telling wear mask, but people don't want to wear masks. And when they face COVID, they feel frustration. Yes, we are affected by COVID, no vaccine, etc., no support. Then depressed, then bargain. Yes, I understand the COVID is there and no vaccine also coming quickly. Vaccine will be there and it may take 1 year to arrive to my place, and we can be vaccinated. Or if vaccine also there, I can again be affected. It is not that vaccine can chase away the disease, or we are staying at home, chase away the disease. So you have to accept. This is an example. The same, the aged person have the acceptance rate very less. So what we have to do? set goals. As I told, that we are living for certain cause. There is a motivation. If the motivation factor is less, then we are no longer exist. Only motivation in the mind. If the mind is death, brain death, the patient is death. If there is no motivation, the people cannot walk. I have motivation, so I can walk without leg also. Person moving, person doing everything, driving car. He cannot move his hand. He cannot move his leg. By sitting in a wheelchair, he writes several books of science fiction. Why? Because for the strong mental health, he has a motivation to work. That is the set goal. So if the elderly have a goal to achieve, they can move forward. It is not that 50 years or 60 years, the timeline after that cannot work. Even 100-year-old also I have seen. They have the mental strongness and activeness to work. Many persons in Malaysia, 90 years old, driving car by himself and working. These are because they have the goal that I have to do this. I am living for this. So keep active, look for inject humor into a situation, eat sufficiently and exercise as much as possible. So we have to give nutritious food and etc. and giving some proper exercise and maintain hope for life. Actively use stress management technique. So we have to be given, means the elder persons have to give more stress management techniques, therapies, accept feelings, what they're thinking, and we have to be what you call affectionate for that. So as I told, there is a book by Viktor Frankl, Man's Search for Meaning. Logotherapy, the reason, the basic principle of life. So our main motivation for living is our will to find meaning in life. So we have to think why we are living. Means the elderly population. Then only we can, what do you call, control over the mind. So there is a great evidence of a rise in morbidity, mortality, hospitalization, and loss of functional status related to common mental disorders in elderly patients. There are always some misconception about people and the aging process as a product of youth-oriented society. We have all learned negative attitudes about aging. Therefore, older peoples may encounter many stereotypes and myths. Then we think, no, the youth is there, so they are not taking care. It is not like that. They have to have some reason for their mental health take care. It is observed that the provision of general health care in institutional inmates is poor and not absent actually many places. More aged are on the threshold of becoming homeless without effective infrastructure in the community other than the family. So the aged person themselves creating old age home where they can go and stay after the few years. There's a great evidence of rise of morbidity, mortality, and hospitalization of loss of functional status related to common mental disorders in the elderly patients. So as the need of the hour, as Dr. Joel also mentioned, that government should take care and public should come forward, NGO should come forward to integrate the service provided by institutions as well as the community to give a proper life support. This is a publications I have taken from there. The reference is there. So aging, aging has brought with a several physical as well as mental problem. So older persons use general physician service slightly more than the young. However, in contrast, mental health services though limited, are drastically underutilized by the elderly. They're not utilizing that. As just now you were telling, some questions come that they don't want to get support. Modernization of family structure and economical distress, then we are need of integrate the service provided by the institutions and the community level. Okay, now this is mental health innovation network. I just show you some. This is a mental health innovation network is supported by London, UK, and WHO, World Health Organization, and London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. You can see this. And there are different blogs, not only for elderly, other mental health also. You can see there is different write-ups and study on this elderly healthcare. Okay, just we see. This one is what is telling. Conversation with healthcare workers on innovations in remote support during COVID-19. Now, there are different conversations they have recorded. When you get time, you go and read this. See what they are telling in this one of the sentence. You can read. We are just waiting for death to come. Elder people telling during interview. See, in the mountain, one of them has been telling during the interview that we are just waiting for death to come. Means their motivation is lost to life. They don't want to live more. So this is an invisible wound, mental health among displaced people and refugees. So the main focus is, you can see, invisible wounds, in that is the mental health. We can see whoever dying and everything, but this is the invisible wound which we are facing. Now, again, going back to slides. So when an elderly is living alone in this home and after retirement may not engage himself to do some work, he or she thinking about his son, etc., grandson, and feeling his friend is dying, his same age people is dying, more younger peoples are dying, they feel more and more depressed. So they need support from outside, support to take them out from this depressed situation. That we as a healthcare provider and family member and not healthcare provider also telling caregivers, we are the caregivers at a home. First, we have to take care at home our elders. Charity begins at home, not at the hospitals, not at the nursing centers. We are the caregivers at the first stage, first level of caregivers. We have to take care of our elderly in our home itself, in our locality itself. During this lockdown period, one of my friend in India, she was working as a nurse and telling me that, sir, I have gone, when I'm going out from house, my next door has 2 aged people living. They cannot go out for purchasing the medicine. They are in dementia and they have to dependent completely on the medicine. They are not getting the medicine because the online medicine delivery also closed. So when I go out, I purchase the medicine for him. Before going to home, I give them the medicine and come back, means after that I come back to my home. So I give them the what you call depression, the dementia medicine also, and also the insulin, everything I purchase for them and give. So this is the support we are taking as a human being to our fellow members in the society. Human is a social element. We are in Facebook, we are in LinkedIn, we are in different social network, because for what? because we love the society. We are the social human being. Now, so we have to give a motivation to the elder people that sitting on a chair, he must think that I am rocking. I am not dead. I am not want to die. I have something to deliver still to the society. We can share his experience and we can take it out from him, and he will be motivated. And he will rock by sitting on a chair. We have to give support. We have to give medicine during COVID time. We have to give some free hand exercise. We have to give a family environment where we can share our music, theater, dance, everything, so that they can enjoy. They feel happy. Even we are feeling happy as they are feeling happy. So these are the supports we have to give every day in our life, to ourselves, to our family members, to our fellow colleagues. As when we are young, we are supported by them. You can understand a herd of elephant, how a large elephant, a aged elephant, taking care of the full family. So we are under the shade of the elders. We don't want that he or she die.
Sorry, Dr. Podar, to interrupt you. You only have 10 minutes left to.
Okay, I am ending within 2-3 minutes, madam.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So in the society, we have to take care. Like a large tree, we are taking care. We have to taking care of our elders togetherly. Maybe one person don't have time to full day spend with the elder. So different persons have to talk with them in different times and ask what they need, why they feel depressed, and the cause. We have to rejuvenate them so that they can feel that yes, we are important for the society. So we are struggling for existence. So survival of the fittest, and nature will select who will survive. I am not believing on what you call the death or something. We are not for dying, but if there is need for mercy death, that is different issue. But we are here to live, not to die. And that will be selected by nature when we will die. Not I am going to die by suicide, committed suicide. That mentality we should think, and we should inbuild in our mind to support the elderly mental health. So I must thank you again, the Sekolah Tinggi ILMU, Kesihatan Bethesda, and Jogjakarta, and of course Dr. Joel for connecting me with this institute and this forum to deliver the today's lecture. And I thank again from the Lincoln University College, which is the 5-star ranked university in Malaysia, consecutively for 4 years by government of Malaysia, and 80th quality education by Times Higher Ranking, University Multi-Rank. It is also student mobility top 25 performer in Malaysia, in Asia actually, and also world ranking in QS, world ranking. Thank you again for giving me this opportunity and listening to my talk. Thanks. Stay safe, and we should take care of the elderly, mental health, not only elderly, our also. Thank you again. Over to Miss.
We will continue to the second speaker first, and then we are continuing to the question and answer session later. So we have Mrs. Christina Yeni Kustanti, SCUP Nurse M. Nur M. Palsi from Bethesda Yakum Institute of Health and Sciences, Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Today, she will be sharing us about bereavement in elderly care. But before we go further, let me share her CV. Her full name is Christina Yeni Kustanti. She got her diploma in nursing in Akbar Bethesda Yakum Yogyakarta, and then continuing bachelor and nurse degree in Fakultas Kedokteran Gajah Mada University, and then she got her master degree on nursing at Charles Darwin University, Australia. And also, she got her master degree on palliative care at Flinders University, Australia. And currently, she is learning at Taipei Medical University, Taiwan from 2019 to now. Related to her research, she is interested in palliative care, bereavement care, advanced care plan, HIV/AIDS, stroke, and cancer. And also qualitative research and meta-analysis, intervention, diagnostic, and prevalence. Okay, Mrs. Yeni, are you there already?
Yes, I am. But I've recorded my presentation, so just please enjoy that. Thank you.
Thank you. You have 45 minutes to share your presentation, and now the screen is yours.
Call me Yeni, and it's an honor for me to be a part in this fabulous event of international seminar related to elderly care in the time of COVID-19. So my research interest is in palliative care. So I'm going to focus on elderly and bereavement care. And I've recorded this presentation because based on my previous experience, due to the internet connection or things like that, so it's better for me to make this recorded. So, but if you have some issues that needs to be discussed, so just drop your comments on the Zoom chat and we will talk about it later in the Q&A sessions. So, okay, so I'll start my presentation. I'm going to present this topic and divide it into some parts, including the introduction about palliative care, because it's quite new in Indonesia and the movement just started in 1992. So I need to make a brief introduction about palliative care. And then I also will talk briefly about grief concept, then move to the bereavement in the time of COVID-19. And then, of course, we need to talk about elderly and bereavement in this pandemic. And then I'll close my presentation with the conclusion. And after that, move to the Q&A sessions. Okay, I'll start my presentation with the introduction, just a brief introduction about palliative care. So let me read a bit. So based on WHO, palliative care actually is an approach that improves the quality of life of patients and also their families in facing the problems associated with life-threatening illness. So what life-threatening illness is? Some people call it as a life-limited illness. Other person maybe believe it's kind of a chronic illness. So I can give an example, such as for cancer, HIV/AIDS, heart failure, renal failure, diabetes, and so on and so forth. Through the prevention and relief of suffering by means of early identification and impeccable assessment and treatment, and most of the life-threatening illness usually result in pain symptoms. That's the most uncomfortable symptoms that are often claimed by the patients. And then also other physical, psychosocial, and spiritual. That's the basic definition of palliative care. So when we talk about palliative care, I heard that some of us, including healthcare professionals, including nurses, I believe that it's supposed to deliver to a patient in their end stage of life. So when they will be referred to palliative care units, they assume that okay, this is the end of their life, something like that. So they refuse. I'm gonna leave. I don't want to die or something like that. That's normal because previously palliative care has been known focus on the cancer care, but now all types of life limited illness can be treated with the palliative care. So actually palliative care is not only for end stage of life or end stage of the disease. In this area, palliative care itself can be started when a person has been diagnosed with one of the life-threatening illness I've mentioned before. So, for example, a person was diagnosed with a cancer, even though it's just still in the early stage of their disease. So actually, we can start the palliative care services. But we need to stress out that in this stage, the portion of the palliative care will be much lower, will be much smaller compared to curative treatment because the chance for them to get cured is a bit high. But due to the illness trajectories up and down of the disease, probably a patient come to the end of the disease when there is no more active treatment that can be used, that can be applied to have patients to get cured. It means that we couldn't do anything for the patients anymore. Active treatment. It doesn't mean that we will leave the patient just like that. We still can do many things to improve their quality of life. So even they has been arrived in the end stage of their disease, but we need to give treatment, care, intervention to maintain their quality of life. So even though probably they have so many disability, they have so many symptoms, but the most important thing that they can do their daily activity as optimum as possible. That's the main point of the end of life care, the next stage of the palliative care, the next part of the palliative care. So once again, that palliative care is not for someone with a life-threatening illness in their end of their life. No, it's not something like that. It is true that we have end of life care, but it's when a patient, when there is no more medication, there's no more what is it, surgery, chemotherapy, or whatever that can be used to cure the patients. But we still can give them medication, we still can give them wound care, the doctor can give them still like surgery, chemotherapy, but it's more to improve, to maintain their quality of life. So for example, someone with a cancer and they got so much pain lately, so we still can give them like chemotherapy or other analgesics to so that they can feel more comfortable, although the cancer cannot be cured at that stage. And then after the patients pass away, there is still another area in palliative care, and we call it as bereavement care. So it's focused in the States. The bereavement care will be focused on the patient, the caregiver after the patient pass away. I'll talk to you later about the purpose of bereavement care. And actually, bereavement care itself can be even started when patient's still alive. So when we talk about life-threatening illness, chronic illness, advanced disease, it means that there is a threat of the death, right? Impending of the death due to the characteristic of the disease. Probably there is no active, the most effective treatment that has been found to cure the disease. So it means that the threat of the death is exists. So we call it as anticipatory grief. It means that grief that happen, experience even when the patient's still alive, because like anxious because we will lose this person. We know that they got the advanced illness, and then okay, so probably some other day we will lose them like forever. They are still alive. They still like maintain their daily activities, but it increase our anxiety that okay, so they got a very serious disease, so it means that maybe someday I will lose this person. That's we call anticipatory grief. So not only for the family, even the patient. Oh, I got this disease, so it means that maybe in a year, maybe in 2 years, I'll die due to this disease. And after the patients pass away, so the focus is in the family or family caregiver or the relatives or the friends, and we call it as after loss grief. So bereavement care actually is a formalized care and support given to benefit a bereaved individual after a loss of a family member to help them deal with the emotional and practical problems following the loss of a loved one. So the focus of bereavement care is in a loss person, because when we talk about loss, actually grief can happen for so many reasons of loss, not only human. For example, loss of a job, loss of money, loss of position, loss of girlfriend, boyfriend, spouse. Not by death, but we just lost them, by divorce, something like that, or even loss of time. So I want to do this and that, because now I'm studying and I have like so many deadlines, but unfortunately today, why I didn't do anything. So by the end of the day, oh my God, what did I do today? What I'm going to do tomorrow, because I have so many things come up. That's a part of grief as well, actually. So we are okay. I lost the time that actually I can use for dealing with my assignments, for example. That's grief due to loss as well. But bereavement care particularly focus on the grief that happens because of the loss of human. So bereavement family who are not treated properly can lead to more advanced problems. So I want to stress out that actually grief is normal. When I said, okay, I lost my money, I went to the night market, and then I feel that I got some anti-dollar in my pocket. But then when I want to buy stinky tofu, and then I realized that my money gone. I will feel grief due to that, because I want to buy stinky tofu, but unfortunately I couldn't get that because I lost my money. So I feel grief. So it's normal because, okay, I lost something. But probably this grief is only persists like 1-2 hours or even a day. But after that, we can adapt, we can letting go and then move on, something like that. But when we talk about loss of someone who are really close to us, it gives more effort to deal with the grief. So when it what is it the attention to this spirit family is lacking, so probably it can lead to more advanced problems. I can give you some example like tobacco use, alcohol drinking, psychosomatic and psychiatric disorders, physical problems, or even suicide. And then we move to grief concept. So this is I've stressed out before. I've mentioned before that grief is a normal process after a loss of something and someone, but people respond to it with varying degrees of grief and mourning. Some may need professional help, while others probably can adapt, can adjust, can resilient in their loss, and do not require some special interventions from professionals. So I do believe that some of us, some of the healthcare providers may not yet recognize complicated grief as an actual disorders the, because basically grief is normal. When we lost something, it's normal to grieve, right? And when we talk about grief disorder, we can divide the symptoms into two types. One is prolonged grief disorder, so it's related to time. So after a loss of a family member and the grief still persists in more than 6 months, it means that the grief came to the prolonged grief disorder. And if a person feel the grief not only short limited of time but more than 6 months, and they feel so many other symptoms, the grief felt so what is it like so severe, so consistent, so what is it so give more uncomfortable feelings. So it means that those persons experience complicated grief. So both prolonged and complicated grief disorder only can be measured after 6 months of a loss of a family member. Here's the definition of grief: a range response of having lost through the death of someone with whom one has had a close relationship, and reflects the varied ways that bereaved caregivers react to the death of their loved. And grief is the most persistent symptoms that has been observed in families. It's a common and natural response to loss, but here we go. It happens around 20 to 50% in palliative care, and based on a meta-analysis that has been conducted by Lundorf et al. In 2017, they identified that 9.8% of the bereaved family will suffer from prolonged or complicated grief. So 9.8%. And 11% of them can develop into more advanced problems. more mental health disorders. And I just finished to conduct a meta-analysis related to the prevalence of complicated grief among cancer caregiver. It's not under, it's now will be going to submit in one of the journal. And I found out that for cancer caregiver, the prevalence of prolonged or complicated grief disorder reached out 14.2%. And for suicide or other unexpected death, Jelantik et al. In 2020, I think he's an Indonesian researcher as well. He found out that the prevalence of prolonged grief disorder among family due to the death of a family member by suicide or other unexpected death was more than 40%. That statistic related to grief disorder. Then we talk about COVID-19. I'm not going into detail to give you information about COVID-19 because I'm pretty sure that like every single day we heard many news about COVID-19 through all medias, television, internet, and so on and so forth. So, okay, we will saturate it with those kind of information related to COVID-19, isn't it? So we all knew that COVID-19 has been known as SARS-CoV-2, first identified in Wuhan, China in late 2019, and then spread across China, and then after that to other countries. Maybe I can show you the figure of the timeline of COVID-19. And we can see here that by January 2020, the first cases of COVID-19 has been found in Thailand. And then after that, in March 11, 2020, WHO declares COVID-19 as pandemic. And by the beginning of January 2021, we can see here from the website of COVID-19 from WHO, more than 82 million confirmed cases with nearly 2 million confirmed deaths, and about 222 countries got impacted with the COVID-19. So a loss of a family member due to the by death, including COVID-19, based on the Parliamentary Committee and Palliative and Compassionate Care in 2011, it means that every single death event will result in grief for, on average, 4 people. So it means that if it's nearly 2 million confirmed deaths, so right now, currently, worldwide, at least 8 million people suffer from grief. And other research even show that it can impact like 9 people for every single death event. So how about bereavement in elderly? I'm not expert in elderly care, but when we talk about communicable disease, life-threatening illness, mostly came from the elderly population. And as we can see from the figure here, that in 2018, for the first time in history, person aged 65 or above outnumber children under 5 years of age globally. And it is estimated that by 2050, 1 in 6 people in the world will be over age of 65. That's interesting, right? So less than 5 years old are decreasing over and over, and then age 65 will be much higher compared to the younger generations. And when we talk about elderly, we know that they can experience, most of them can suffer from non-communicable disease, particularly from group 2 of the disease. I mean, this one is the life-threatening illness or chronic illness. And right now, due to the COVID-19, it increased their burden with the communicable disease due to the virus. So here's a very interesting story about Alice and Charles. I'm sure they're actually out there. We will have so many similar story related to the loss of because of the COVID-19. So it's a part of the story that has been published by Covas et al. In 2020 in the American Journal of Geriatric Psychiatry. So Alice and Charles live in different towns. They are siblings, but they were very close, speaking daily on the phone for hours and hours. They were practicing Christians and had similar interests. He often drove to visit her. They enjoyed spending time with each other and doing things together. Despite having coronary artery disease and hypertension, Charles was independent and happy. Alice was shocked to learn he had been hospitalized for COVID-19 and that he was intubated and on a ventilator. A bereavement coordinator reached out to her, which she very much appreciated. However, Alice declined and offered to visit Charles, frightened of contracting the disease herself. Sorry. She understood that she too was at high risk for dying of COVID-19 because of her age. Although she tried to reach out to him. Sorry, I'll continue. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Charles died with only the bereavement coordinator and hospital staff at his side. Alice completed the funeral arrangement via Skype. Charles was cremated without her being present, and his ashes were delivered to her. Several weeks after his passing, Alice was plagued with remorse for abandoning her dying brother. She yearned to be with Charles and could not believe he was gone. She fluctuated between numbness, overwhelming sadness, and intense guilt. She could not stop thinking that she felt her brother during his last days. That's a part of the story. Probably you can jump to the full text article so that you can see the full detailed information about this story, even the discussion related to that. So, okay, COVID-19, the condition of the rapid decline, sudden, and an inability to be there at the end. And we knew that many have died alone because of requirements for physical distancing. So, yeah, we want to get there. And I just saw news from yesterday that a police officer tried to get into the hospital to see his father. Oh, sorry, his father or his mother using the protection, and he found out that his mother just passed away in that hospital. And we can see from the CCTV outside of the hospital how he cried a lot because of his loss. Yeah. So it's just a short period of time that he can visit his mom, and he feels sorry for that. And so COVID affecting the way terminally ill patients are being cared for. And as a nurse, we all knew that actually we have like so many times beside of the patients before this pandemic. So every time we can talk to the patients, support them, and give intervention like freely. But nowadays, every time we want to talk to the patient, we need sometimes to wear the protections. And then we couldn't like the whole day beside of the patients because of yeah, so many patients get into the hospital for the treatment due to the COVID. So the situation really a bit really different, not a bit, but really bit different. And it's also impact when and how people are dying of other causes, because the hospital care system focus on the COVID-19 management. So for other illness, other causes, it feels like quite hard to get in touch with the healthcare professionals or even giving the best treatment as before the pandemic. And it's also affect how bodies are being handled and bereavement rituals performed, because before the pandemic we all knew that we have some like ceremony or religion rituals that we use to give honor to the deities, but right now it's possible to do. The bereaved are required to grieve without the support of usual social and cultural rituals, or in Java we call it layak, something like that, but it's not possible right now due to the strict regulation for social and physical distancing. Older adults may be isolated with limited capacity to travel and or inhibited by stigma in seeking mental health care. That's the problems also, and elderly not familiar with communication modality. That's the only way how we communicate each other. Like this seminar, we can still conduct a seminar like this via Zoom. But how about the elderly? How we get in touch with them? How we can get support them, because probably most of them are not familiar with the communication devices. And elderly actually, because their age more than 65 years old, I do believe that they are experiencing more loss than compared to the younger generation. So we do believe that actually they can cope better than from the younger generation due to the more experience in loss. But when we talk about COVID-19, it's quite very different, because it's can result in somatic stress, helplessness, horror, anxiety, sadness, anger, guilt, regrets. Yeah, not easily to get support or give support for each other. So it can magnify the grief experience. So here's what we can do for the elderly or even for the general populations. There is an article, very interesting meta-analysis that found out that web-based bereavement care can be done. it is potential, very, very potential to provide support for the grief family. So I also conducted a scoping review, and I found that for the types of bereavement care, wait a second. Yeah, okay. So based on the scoping review I've conducted before, I found out that wait a minute, yeah, many reviews based on the screening I've done for the scoping review, many reviews raise the implementation of available bereavement care. So before the pandemic of the COVID-19, I've also conducted a meta-analysis related to bereavement care, and I found out from the literature review that psychological intervention is the most efficient to have the patient, to have a bereaved family to solve their grief actually. So but other things that bereavement support that can also be conducted by the lead of the nurses also can be done and also effective for bereaved individuals. And from the scoping review in this time of the COVID-19 pandemic, the some ideas came out, including the video conferencing using CBT or cognitive behavior therapy, and then using memory box, so put all of the stuffs from the patients and deliver to the family after the patients pass away. And I saw some news related to this in China, that they send like a cell phone and small notes like jewelry and other things to their family after the patients pass away. And then other idea is using EMDR, so eye movement desensitization. Yeah, so it should be conducted by the psychotherapists, of course, trained psychotherapists. So using the eye movement to lead the patient to express their feelings and lead them to have a better outcomes. And also bereavement care, but it's just like a idea and then like a comment to editor, like a letter to like a letter, something like that. Some ideas that we need to do something for bereaved individual, particularly for elderly in this time of COVID-19. So how we can conduct, will still apply bereavement care, although we cannot give the support directly face-to-face meeting with the bereaved individuals, but using other modality that we can support them using so many types of bereavement interventions. So it's not being evaluated yet. So but from the scoping review, I found out that most of the studies, so like around 6 studies conducted, and then conducted an intervention to support the grief individuals. And I found out that most of the study focus on the anticipatory grief. So they focus on the patients. They focus on the grief that experienced by patients because the threat of the death due to the virus. So it's reasonable because they will prioritize the patients, but we also need to consider for the next intervention that we also need to consider their family as well. In the bereavement care, our focus is on the caregivers, although we can also focus to the patient before the patients pass away. But in this COVID-19 pandemic, studies that have been done were more focused on the anticipatory grief for the patient. So I think it's like a opportunity for us to do something for the for the caregiver as well to the family. I mean, like community nurses for the mental health nurses, or they can consider to do something for the caregiver as well, for the family as well. And then based on the scope of review, I also found out that the types of bereavement care is quite similar with the time before the pandemic. So interactive to our storytelling, discussion session, and then socialization, communication, support group. So basically the theme raised is social-based intervention. So I'm sure that no one want to stay alone, particularly by the end of their life, and then also the family also need support from other family members, from neighborhood, from the friends, relatives. So social-based intervention is still the best. Still potential for doing the bereavement care, although it will need something like meta-analysis or other robust randomized control trial to prove that this is give effect size to the grief. And then for the format of bereavement care, it's like the era before the pandemic. It can be done using individual or group sessions. So it is important that we can also consider to provide something like this in elderly bereaved person, so that they won't feel alone, because they cannot travel from city to other city. So it is important to familiarize them with communication devices, so that they can interact with the bereavement counselor or even from the healthcare professionals, so they won't feel alone after the family pass away due to the COVID. And then for the mode of bereavement care, of course, because of the restriction, because of the social, the physical distancing, and so on and so forth. So virtual or online meeting are the best. Yeah. And then, yeah, came up to the conclusion. I would say that most people can adapt to loss naturally. Some not easy, but often without the need of professional. And then grief can be prolonged, painful, and disruptive. Often feels unmanageable, particularly in the time of COVID-19, when this infection in this pandemic have influenced all sectors of human life, not only health, but also social life, economic life, and so on and so forth. So many uncertainty that can increase the burden of the grief itself. And then visit is difficult or even impossible, particularly for older adults, because they are vulnerable group, particularly if they have so many comorbidities. So it's impossible for them to travel for other city to visit their family, and even their family also impossible or difficult to visit them regularly. So one thing that need to be considered by health professionals, particularly for the elderly population, is using telehealth. So based on the meta-analysis that I've mentioned before in the previous slide, that web-based intervention, mobile intervention will be important, necessary, and will be useful, so that we can maintain the contact, we can maintain the support, we can still apply the bereavement support to the bereaved individuals. So it is important that we can familiarize the elderly using communication devices, because television is one way. So it is important to introduce them, familiarize them with this modality, so that they can get more comfortable for using these devices. So that's all I can say for this presentation. I hope it helps you to give an overview about palliative care, about bereavement care, about bereavement for the elderly care, particularly for in this pandemic era. And probably it also gives you an idea or some more than one idea what we can do to the community in this pandemic so that we can still give support to them so that they won't feel left behind. So it's just a very lovely quotes from Senator John Helven. He said that caring for seniors is perhaps the greatest responsibility we have. Those who have walked before us have given so much and made possible the life we all enjoy. So even we have so many burdens in this time of COVID-19, I've been left my countries and live in Taiwan for about 1.5 years, and I couldn't get back home. And it's been like a year since last time I went back home to Yogyakarta. So I also sometimes feel grief to the loss of time due to this COVID-19. But one thing that we can do that we can support each other. And in this international seminar, the main topic is in the elderly care and in the time of COVID-19. So we need also to think about that don't leave everybody grief alone. Yeah, we can use so many modality, so many devices to support them, or yeah, think about what we can do to them so that they can we can still give the bereavement support. Of course, I'm doing some other projects related to this bereavement and COVID-19 pandemic, but probably other of my beloved colleges also will think about it, and maybe we can work together to maintain the care for our seniors. Thank you very much, and we will move to the Q&A session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Yedi, for the.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Christina Yeni.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Yeni, for the sharing. Now it's time to question and answer session. Dear participants, it's question and answer time. If you are in the Zoom room, you may raise your hand, and when we give you the time, you may turn on the microphone and ask, or you can type down your answers on the chat box. If you stream on our YouTube channel, you may use the comment box. Now, we are start from the first speaker question. For Dr. Sandeep Podar, are you there already?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so I'm going to read a first question for you. We have a question from Miss Jenny Marlindawa from Sumatera Utara University, Indonesia. And the question is, my mother diagnosed with dementia. She got therapy from psychiatry, namely Abixa 10 milligram once a day and clozapine 0.25 milligram once a day. So far, the outcome is not improved yet. How to care for a person with dementia, and what should I do? Thank you.
This one I have replied by in the chat box. I have replied some questions. As I am not specialist in the medication matter, so I cannot give the guidance about these medications. But you have to search the cause for this dementia, root cause of the dementia, and maybe have to give support of some exercise and music therapy you may start, that I told, and also light diets. It may help to improve the situation. But as I am not professional in this area, you better consult with the doctor and also take the proper consultancy. But you can check yourself that any music or what is the cause of this dementia occurring. Is it is for Alzheimer or high iron, like that type of thing, or nervous means it is acquired for what purpose, means what is the reason behind this uh, dementia, that you have to know. So suppose it is maybe Parkinson's disease, it may be Alzheimer disease, it may be high iron deposition, and it may be other like what you call depression type of dementia. So you have to check first, and then accordingly you have to go for that. It is a overall condition. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Podar, for the response. And now we're moving into the second question. We have a question from Bernadetta from Bethesda Yakum Institute of Health and Sciences, Indonesia. And the question is, how to respond as a nurse to the elderly with terminal illnesses and mental disorder, especially social isolation during the pandemic. As we know, we prohibited to communicate face to face. So what we should have to do? Thank you.
Yes, as I told that as we are in lockdown condition, as one of the health worker nurse, she give the medicine for the neighbor, bring the medicine and pass the medicine from outside. So there is another story that one old lady go and searching insulin for one of her friend, and when she go to a shop, the shop owner told, I am selling this medicine with double price, and she don't have that enough money to buy that thing. So that person told, you go, and I cannot give you the medicine with low price, as I am selling it in high price. So she go to other shop, the shop was closed, then she ran to other shop, that shop having means very far away, she got the medicine at last and bring. So when that person who is selling that medicine come back to home, and his mother is very sick, and told that suddenly I have no stock in insulin. I got because my friend bought for me, and I called the association, and that association, I know that lady. She suddenly means called me at that time, so I can tell her that I don't have insulin and I cannot move as my sugar is so going down. And it is fortunate that I got that medicine on time. So that person see that yes, that is that lady whom he refused to give the insulin in lower price, and that medicine is used for his mother. So that is the way where we are helping and how we are helping, means directly or indirectly, that we don't know. We may help a isolated means a elderly people in home by simple giving some vegetable buy from market and give to his house. Simple buy some medication what he need everyday life and give to him house. But usually the elderly people don't want to take support from any others. They think that I am a burden for the society. So this mentality is another obstruction, as many of the person, all of you know, that they don't want to get support for medication also. They don't want to go to doctor. So that type of thing we have to take care, and we have to go for that type of support as per our level and what they need. We have to think, and accordingly we have to keep contact daily, that every day, that they can feel that okay, I can tell him that this is my need. They should not feel that I am bothering you by telling that I am need a vegetable or something. They should feel, yes, I can tell you this thing. Then only you can give the support. Means we can give the support to them. Thank you. Next question, please.
All right, thank you, Dr. Podar, for the response. And we would like to move to the next question from Gatut from Yogyakarta, Indonesia. And the question is, one of the challenges of caring for elderly population is concern that is centered on culture and beliefs. How to overcome this?
Yes, culture and belief is very strict, and as I told, there is a stigma that I don't want to move from my culture. If I am thinking that this is right, I will not take that thing. Means it is very difficult to move from the culture as I'm used to stay. So that is a very crucial thing, and if it is needed, then we have to give, means we have to remove that slowly. We cannot abruptly change the culture and give something. Suppose one person is vegetarian and feeling the osteoporosis, heavy osteoporosis, then cannot walk and cannot means going to bedridden, means very sick, then we have to give some protein supplement and calcium supplement to him or her. But vegetarian diet may not have that type of quick thing. So if I can give him liver extract juice, it may rise her iron more quickly than a vegetarian diet could give the iron support. So how iron tablet or iron injection is not that, but if he or she can take regularly the fish or meat, then the iron may be more supplement, because as our age growing up, our absorption of iron, calcium from the stomach also less. So that we require support from outside. If our diet can change, but as a stigmatic, I don't want to take non-veg food. So how we can manage that, we have to think. We have to tell him and make her understand that yes, you can take this. But if fail, then we have to go for supplement. But usually, means in nursing home or hospital, they sometimes maintain this, and sometimes they force to give this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Podar, for the response. And the time for the question and answer discussion for Dr. Podar already over. We will move for the Dr. Podar's question that we haven't answered yet. We will accommodate to Dr. Podar and sending it to the email, and we will send the feedback to the one who asked Dr. Podar.
Okay, thank you. So we must be careful and respectful for any culture, any belief the elders have, and accordingly we have to support them and we have to respect them. That is the main issue, and respect their belief and culture. Thank you, madam. And next speaker have to give answer also. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Podar, for the positive response. Now we're moving into the question for the second speaker, to Mrs. Yeni. We already got a few questions from the participants, both in the Zoom room and the YouTube channel. Okay, for the first question, from Herlin Lydia from Stikas Panti Rapih, Indonesia. The question is, how to increase elderly awareness related to health protocols where there are many elderly who are still doing local culture, like handshaking and having conversation and socialization without mask? Thank you.
Well, okay, a great question actually. So my focus actually is in bereavement care. So your question is about health promotion. So to answer that, probably we can refer to the health bereavement model. So at first we need to assess how's the elderly or even other population, even general population perceive about COVID-19. So it is important that in healthcare, in health belief model, there are I think there are like three aspects that need to be considered, such as motivations, and then perceptions, and then how the way they behave or they react to a situation. At first, it's a focus on the cancer preventions, but right now we can use it for others conditions as well. So I think for health promotion, we need to consider the content of our health promotions. There are some aspects such as how we can provide them information or example, how this virus can have impact to the human life. So we can show them kind of situation that need to consider for us. So for giving them an example, the impact of the COVID-19, particularly for the elderly, hopefully it can raise their knowledge about COVID-19. And then after that, we can do some other things to improve their motivations to do the health protocol, something like that. But focus on the bereavement care. The most important thing that we need maintain the support for them. And then, as I mentioned before in my presentation, that the challenge for giving bereavement care for elderly in the time of COVID-19 is that because one way that to give the information, support, motivations is using technology. So, like I said before, it is important to introduce or make the elderly feel comfortable with the modality. That's all I think. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Jenny, for the response. So, to emphasize the point, the important things to do is to maintain providing the clear information so the local will be understand what is the impact of the COVID-19 itself. So, thank you, Mrs. Jenny, for the response. I will be continuing to the next question. We have a question from Rosal from Philippines. It's true that humor can give a lot of help in bereaved elderly in their grieving process.
Pardon, can you say it again? Because I lost the first part of the questions.
Okay, I will repeat the question. Is it true that humor can give of help in bereaved elderly in their grieving process?
Yeah, thank you. So of course. So at first, in the bereavement care, one thing that we need to do is to assess what kind of intervention, what kind of support that suitable for them. So I have one client. I couldn't say that he is one of my patients because my approach is more informal. So at first we met by phone, of course. I asked him what kind of leisure activities that usually you did before the pandemic. Oh, sorry, before you lost or someone, because he just lost his mother. So and from the hint from his social media, there are some clues that he wants to do something like, I don't want to say it clearly, but she suffered from prolonged grief disorder as well. And at first I just asked him first, how are you today, and then what kind of laser activities that you usually do. And then he said that I love music a lot. So I suggest him some of the link from YouTube. So it's kind of a mindfulness music, and I told him that, is it okay for you to listen some music, because I got some music here that probably can help you to solve with your uncomfortable feelings. And he said okay. So I sent him like 2 links of the mindfulness music, and a couple of days later he told me that he feels better, but we need to talk a lot more. So I spent like 4 hours in phone or some, because we didn't do like any video conference or something like that, because he didn't want it's meant, so intervention between bereaved intervention between male and female is quite different, but I'm not going to detail about that. But the most important thing that they can express their feelings. So at first, I don't want to ask them a lot of questions. I just offer him like music intervention, and after that, he started to speak more freely. So that at that time I can come to other ways to explore his feelings. So about humor, if based on our assessment, first assessment, he or she likes to do something like that, so that's why we can do the humor or other things as well. I learned from Taiwan because currently I'm living in Taipei. um, I learned from Taiwan that they elderly did a lot of activities. So, for example, around my campus, they did like a dance together. So it's like a very, very classic dance. And they did like, what is it? Like traditional movement using some sticks, something like that. So and then other things that there is a school for elderly people here. So every single day, like around 3 p.m. or every time suits them, they will go to this school like every day to gather and then share some information. Is it possible in Taiwan as COVID-19 cases in Taiwan is quite low. So the total cases is less than 1,000. So it's still possible for us here to do offline or face-to-face meetings. So leisure activities, whatever it is, it will be very, very useful. But of course, it based on our first assessment, what kind of intervention, what kind of support that's suitable for each individual. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Yenny, for the clarification. And we're going to move into the next question. Okay, we have a question from Morquianos from Philippines. Good morning, Ma'am Yenny. In regards to the topic of prolonged grief disorder, what is the most significant and effective intervention or management we, care provider, can do to those who are suffering from this disorder, especially that we are experiencing limitation due to the pandemics?
Okay, thank you very much for the great question. So good afternoon here because here is 1 p.m. Yeah. So what kind of intervention that we can do for bereaved individual? So not specific to elderly, but also for the general populations. There are some evidence, including meta-analysis, that prove, and so there are at least three types of bereaved interventions. So medications, and then psychological interventions, and bereavement support. So for medication, before ICD-11 and DSM-5, grief actually did not recognize as one of the diagnoses. So usually they what is it, categorize grief as one part of other psychological problems such as depression or anxiety or traumatic feelings. But then so many experts in bereavement care have proved that actually grief is different with other psychological problems. They made what is it they conduct some studies, and it is proof that grief is different with depression, and grief is different with anxiety. And intervention for grief or anxiety could not solve the prolonged or complicated grief. And finally, in the ICD-11 and DSM-5, right now we have a spatial diagnosis for prolonged grief disorder in ICD by WHO, and PCBD, persistent complex bereavement disorder, in the DSM-5. So after that, many other evidence has proved that have have proved that psychological interventions are the most effective way to help people, help individual, bereaved individual. And by the beginning of 2000 and by the beginning of this year, I published one of meta-analysis related to bereavement support. So for the nurses, not the because for psychological interventions, of course, only trained healthcare professionals or trained psychotherapists that can conduct those kind of interventions. But for other healthcare professionals such as nurses, we still can do bereavement support using bereavement intervention. Using bereavement support. So we can do something like group sessions, or let's say sending them with condolence letter, or we can do like a narrative writing, like ask them to write a diary. So, and due to the pandemic, it's a great idea to provide like a narrative writing through internet or web-based. So every day they can write their feelings, they can express their sadness through their writing. And other things, we can do something like bereavement consultations, of course, via internet connect, via what is it? Online media, so that we can keep up our connection. We can still support them with so many activities. And like I said before in my presentation, that the most important thing is maintain or continuous the support for the bereaved individual, and it is important for them to express their feelings. So in general, despite the medication, we can do psychological interventions and of course the bereavement supports. That's the answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Yudi, for the clear description. Now, before we are moving into the next question, I would like to ask Dr. Poddar if there are any questions that want to ask to Dr. Poddar.
Yes, anything. Anything?
Do you want to answer directly or by chat or by email?
No, if anything want to question, I can answer if the time is there. Otherwise, they free to WhatsApp or email, no problem.
Okay, so would you want to answer directly?
Can.
Okay, sure. So I'm going, sorry, Mrs. Yeni, can we continue to Dr. Poddar first? Then we will continue to your question. Okay, so I'm going to read the question for Dr. Poddar first. A question from Madraso from Philippines. The question is, Dr. Poddar, what are the most rewarding things for you in taking care of elderly with mental illness despite of pandemic?
Not clear. Can you repeat, please?
Oh, okay. I will repeat the question for you. Dr. Poddar, what are the most rewarding things for you in taking care of elderly with mental illness despite of pandemic?
Means if we can support, you will means if anything we do, we feel happy. Why we work? We work for our satisfaction. If we want to get something, suppose I am working in a job, any person doing a job, why he is doing job? Because for earning money. Why he earning money? Because he want to take food, shelter, everything. Why he want to take food and shelter? Because it's a basic need of life. And why this basic need is needed? Because we want to live happily. We don't want to be sad. We don't want to means if we have the basic need of our home, etc., we want car, we want more upwards. As per the Maslow motivational theory, means hierarchy need, we can tell as management person know that Maslow's hierarchy need is like pyramid. So up to top level we are working. At the top we are working for self actualization, that we have achieved everything. Why we need to work? We working for some benefit of the society. So that is the things we have to think. So if we can support one of the elderly, then we will feel happy. You support one, then you can see. Suppose I am giving one example. One amniotic fluid we test for thalassemia, and I found genetically it is not patient. So we tell continue pregnancy. So after birth, you come after 1 year. So the patient after give birth of the daughter don't come after, means when the child is more than 1 year, then only they come with the child in our center again. And we find that the girl is running and come to me. So it is a happiness that I get, that I have tested the blood in amniotic fluid when the girl is inside the mother's womb, and now she is out and playing happily. So this is the satisfaction of the work. It is not only money give the satisfaction. So we have to take care of the elderly as far as we can think, and that is our, from our inside we have to think that no one, not for instruction or for duty purpose we do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Poddar. And I couldn't agree more to Dr. Poddar because, yes, the most rewarding things that we got by taking care of patients, that is happiness. So if you're working with sincerity, you will gain happiness between you and the patient. So thank you so much for the insight. We're going to continue to the Mrs. Yenny's discussion. Okay. Sorry for the interruption, Mrs. Yenny, so we will continue.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay, we already have a question from Agnes Toding from Indonesia. And the question is it correct that it is only elderly that has the highest risk of COVID-19? What about productive age? And how to educate the people that think that they have immunity against COVID?
Okay, wow. Well, actually, I'm not expert in that part, but I would say that what I've learned before, that the most important thing that we need to consider with the comorbid, yeah. So as long as we know, because right now currently the strain of the virus is still growing, is still happening. So it is important that we need to consider with what kind of comorbid that they have, right? Maybe other speakers also can give comments on it, but based on my to my knowledge, it is whether someone have a comorbid or not, and it is I think it is true. I also do believe that immunity is a big part, not only for the COVID but all kind of communicable disease that happen with the virus. So yeah, I agree that elderly can be the one of the most vulnerable population in these cases, because from I think in one of my slides I also saw that due to the generative process for the elderly, they probably most of them can suffer from so many communicable non-communicable diseases. So this kind of the comorbid to increase the burden of the virus. So that's all I can say for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the answer, Mrs. Yenny. We're moving into the next question from Yana from Jakarta. The question is, as a nurse, How can I treat my elderly patients if they don't have device to connect?
Well, yes, thank you. That's really, really hard. So that's why in my latest slides, I prove what is it? I give a stress out that it because this situation it is will be very hard for us to give support offline. So from other countries, we can learn from other countries, particularly in the developed countries, that they provide like bereavement counselors. They have like a bereavement teams, and they can provide the bereavement services to the family. But once again, based on our literature review, most of them still focus on the bereavement care in the hospitals. So focus for the patients. There are so many opportunities for us to do studies related to bereavement for caregivers, including for elderly, because uh, what is it, the best way to give support, of course, to give the support face to face with a face to face meeting. But because it is impossible for us to do that right now, it still can be done, but just with a limited way, right? So in my latest slide, I stress out that it is important for us to give the elderly being familiar with the technology, right? I read one, I forgot which country is that, but one study provide the gadget for their RCT to make sure that even we give the gadget or like the mobile phone to the individual, it can increase the participations of the persons, and they say actually it can increase the adherence of the individual into the interventions. But it means that we need to provide the gadgets for them. So in this case, I think the role of the family is also important. There is no, to my knowledge, there is no studies yet being conducted for the relevant the what is it, providing gadget to elderly people in this pandemic era. But for before the pandemic, I've told you that there was a study that want to explore that opportunity, that their intervention. So answering your questions, I think a family is also important, of course, important part, so that they can provide that information, their facility to the elderly. And moreover, because they are very vulnerable to get infection from the COVID-19, it is important to maintain the communications. And right now, maybe we cannot visit our family regularly. Even me, it's been a year since last time I met my mom, my dad. So it is important for me to ask for other family member to provide them cell phone. It is okay for my mom, but not for my father. So regularly, I ask my husband to provide the gadget, so I can still interact with my father. So I think it's based on how the family can provide the facilitation. I mean, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Jenny. So the important things that we need to know in here is we as a family member should provide the elderly the gadget, and also not only providing but also assist them so they won't get wrong.
Yeah,
Right, Mrs. Jenny?
yeah, sure.
So thank you so much. We are moving into the next question from Krishna Bella from Kalimantan, Indonesia. The question is, abandoned partner due to death experienced by many elderly, and some of them experience depression. How to prepare the mental for the elderly to face the process of losing their life partner's death?
Okay, thank you. So I think Dr. Sandep already provide information about loss and grieving process. I think the most popular theory related to loss and grieving is from Kubler-Ross, but that's not the only one. Probably Dr. Elizabeth Kubler-Ross was the one who raised the issues related to loss and grief. She interviewed like 200 patients by the end of their lives. So then finally, she got 5 things. Related to the process of grieving. But actually, there are other more theories related to grieving process, and one of them I love to learn about is the dual process model. So actually, grief is not not only one-way process, like the one Dr. Kubler-Ross mentioned before. From the Dr. Kubler-Ross, it means like the grief is only one way from anger to acceptance level. But using dual process model, we can see that grief is one part we focus on the grief, and then other part we can focus to the daily activities. I mean here, someone who just lost their family member, sometimes they focus on their grief, feeling the sadness, or I just lost my for example, father-in-law. 3 years ago, I lost my father-in-law due to an accident, terrible accident. So in one thing, I feel so sad because he was very healthy and suddenly he just passed away. And then, but I'm not into that situation over and over. In other time, I will start to continue my life. I mean, I need to work, I need to take care of my children, I need to do something else. At that time, I will forget my grief. And then some other time when I stay alone, I will come back to my grief. So grief is like a process between grief itself and the daily activities. Is it always persistent? Of course not. I've told you earlier that it's a normal process. It's natural process, and after some period of time, probably we can adapt to our loss. But suddenly, in some way, for example, when I saw one of my the picture of my father-in-law, I feel grief again. So we call it as a wave or pang grief. So very short, very sad, very brief sadness come. Suddenly we feel grief, but okay, after that, just fine, something like that. So once again, grief can be both grief and then the move back to the daily activities over and over. Some of us probably can solve our grief and adapt to this grief naturally without any assistance from healthcare professionals. But for some of us, probably the feeling is quite strong. So I saw other question related to this, how to related to strong emotion. So it is important to identify what kind of strong emotion is that. Is it depression? Is it grief? Is it anxiety? So those kind is very different symptoms actually, even though all of them are related. So we need to consider first which one of emotion that experienced by the individual using some tools. I can tell you for depression, probably we can use like Hamilton, and then for grief, of course, so many tools that we can use, such as inventory of complicated grief. So we need to make sure what kind of strong emotion that that are experiencing by the individual, the grief individual, and after that, we can arrange what kind of suitable or appropriate intervention for those individuals. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Thank you, moderator. I want to add one thing, if permitted.
Yes, sure,
Because,
Dr. Samit. My pleasure.
means our life is not a straight line. If ECG curve is straight line, means life is death. So there will be ups and down, there will be grief, there will be happiness. So we have to account and live with that. We cannot keep in the depressed condition that we are sorrow that somebody expired, not available, I cannot do something. We have to come out from that stage, and that stage will come. It is not that white is everything without black. There will be day, there will be night. So there will be change, and we have to adapt the change in our life. If we cannot adapt, we will be died. So that is only a thing I want to share. Thanks. Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much to both of Miss Yeni and Dr. Podar for the enlightenment. And now we will continue to the discussion for Mrs. Yeni from Lansang, Philippines. Good afternoon, ma'am. What are some home activities that you can suggest that the bereaved family can do in order to help them in the process of going through bereavement? Especially in this time of a pandemic that socialization with other people is limited. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's related to the previous questions. So first of all, of course, we need to identify what kind of the emotion, the psychological problems that they experience. It is important so that we can provide the most suitable, the most appropriate interventions. And then after that, after we identify what kind of symptoms, and then we can move to plan what kind of intervention that can be over to them. So I've mentioned before that it is important what kind of support that they need. So I've mentioned earlier that probably they likes to do like the hearing for some music, so we can facilitate them or provide them some links, because there are so many links from YouTube that provide like mindfulness therapy. And then if they here I learned that some of the elderly doing some art, so we can ask them what kind of arts that they want to do, so that we can provide them with those kind of facilities. And some of the elderly probably likes to do the exercise. What is it, like a I still couldn't remember what kind of the traditional movement here, because I saw them a lot. Probably I can ask my friends here. Mbak, itu apa yang pada olahraga pelan-pelan itu? Yeah, sorry, we forgot the name of the traditional movement here in Taiwan. Tai Chi. Oh yeah, thank you very much. Tai Chi. Yeah, we saw from surrounding our campus here that there are so many groups of elderly people. They doing the Tai Chi, and also some of them doing like a classic dance. Even it's like in the MRT station, they made like groups here. They do dance. and we love to see how the way how their move, something like that. So I think what kind of intervention that we can do for them, it is depends on their preference, of course, because when we talk about, for example, my friends here very loves what is it loves to do dangdut, for example. But maybe some of us did not like doesn't like dangdut. So if we try to persuade them to do some dangdut move, probably it's not it's contrary towards their preference. So the most important thing that we can identify what kind of uh, activities that they really love to do. That's all. Thank you.
Psychological problem, and then so we can choose the appropriate interventions, just like Mrs. Yedi mentioned that in Indonesia itself we have an entertainment called dangdut song or kind of that. So it is related to all your culture. Just identify first the problem, and then you can choose the appropriate intervention for them. Thank you so much for the enlightenment, Mrs. Yeni. For the discussion, question and answer, we already offer and has ended. Again, I would like to inform to all the participants, to all the questions for the second panel already answered. For those who have unanswered question, you can send to the chat box and we will gather all the questions and send to the speakers so we can get the feedback from them. Again, thank you so much, Dr. Podar and Mrs. Yedi, for the enlightenment and the insight. Allow us to give a certificate of appreciation for your willingness to share your expertises.
Thank you.
So much. Thank you, Dr. Podar. Thank you, Mrs. Yeni, for the sharing session today. Okay, we come to the closing statement. Dr. Jacob, Dr. Podar, and Mrs. Yeni, a closing statement from each of you. Can we start with Dr. Jacob?
Thank you so much for this again opportunity to share uh, the practices across culture and across country. I just learned Dr. Yenny is now in Taiwan, for her doctoral, and at least she also had shared something of how Taiwanese able to survive the pandemic in this period of uncertainty. For my words, again, it all boiled down to always giving time to our elderly, especially now that they are prohibited to travel and to have the social isolation. But social isolation doesn't mean distancing from their social life. They still have to continue with their social affiliation. And again, the role of the nurse, the role of care provider is to make sure that the support system, even if the patient is in the process of bereavement or loss, or perhaps changing from their different state of mental health because of the pandemic or brought by the pandemic, we have to make sure that they are able or they are and they are safe all the time. Maybe we cannot give that 100%, but at least we're giving justice to the type of care that they deserve. And it is always calling our role to extend our very, very, very long patience in taking for our patients and understand that they too are experiencing degrees of transition. And we have to, accommodate as much as possible, as long as we can, uh, whatever support that they're needing. So, on that note, I would like to say thank you to Stekis Bethesda Yakum, to Lincoln University, Malaysia, Dr. Pudar. In April, we still have another talk, Dr. Pudar. And to Mom Yanni in Tainan, and to the Christian Foundation of Yakum. Dr. Nurlia and Dr. Ritno, thank you so much also for the time.
Thank you, Dr. Akep. Dr. Podar, would you give your closing statement?
And thank you, and stay safe, stay careful to everybody. That only I want to tell. And if you want to tell that, okay, I want to share one slide only,
Yeah, it's okay, Doctor.
just to say that we are not in the comfort zone before the COVID. As we are in the home, we go out without mask, we without wash hand. You can understand that very long time back there was no, UK people used to use, don't have to use spoon. Why they are using spoon? Because they don't want to use the hand for taking the food, because for avoid contamination of cholera. Now it is in their lifestyle. So we have to move out from our comfort zone, and we have to know that we have to use the mask, we have to wash our hand, we have to take care of our mental health in our daily life. Then only we can grow further. Thank you all. With this, I would like to thank again Dr. Joel and the university to call us in this seminar. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Podar, for the last statement. And then last but not least, Mrs. Jenny.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. I would say um, nursing is caring. That's the value of nursing. So another quote that I love to share is from Steve Maraboli. Give yourself entirely to those around you. Be generous with your blessings. A kind gesture can reach a wound that only compassion can heal. So, whatever the interventions, however the support, whatever the support that we can give to our surroundings, is will be very, very important, very necessary to be done. So just be considered for caring for others. That's the only way we can do right now. Support for each other, although we cannot doing face-to-face meeting. I'm from Indonesia, but it is true, Dr. Joel, that I currently am stuck in Taipei, not Tainan, Taipei. Yeah. I got homesick very much, and but the one thing that we can do, that we can maintain continuous our support, our love for each other, particularly using even using like a virtual meeting like this. So thank you very much for the committee. Thank you for my beloved institutions, Mom Fifi, and everybody, also the committee from the nurse, and for Kidung as well. I got so many private messages that they love your names, Kidung. And also I learned a lot from Dr. Joel and Dr. Sandip. So thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Jenny, for the encouragement. Once again, thank you to Dr. Joel Reyu Akep, Dr. Sandip Podar, and Mrs. Christina Yeni Kustanti Eskep Nurse Emnur Empalsi for sharing your knowledge and experience today. I believe it's very beneficial for all of us participating in this international web seminar. And also, thank you to all participants for actively taking a part in this web seminar. That's all I can say. Good afternoon, and God bless you all. Latria, back to you.
Okay, thank you, Kidong. Once again, thank you, Kidong, for being moderator for our discussion today. Thank you, all speaker, Dr. Jacob, Dr. Bodar, Mrs. Yeni, for sharing the knowledge and experience to us. And also, thank you all the participants for joining our international web seminar from the beginning until the end. A special thanks goes to Bank Rakyat Indonesia and Canisius, our sponsor for this international web seminar, for making this event possible. Here's a video from Bank Rakyat Indonesia.
Sejak punya rekening BRI, Andi jadi pintar mengelola uang. Dan akhirnya bisa beli macam-macam hal tanpa khawatir. Dimas juga mau seperti itu. Buka rekening BRI aja. Mau aja? Atau mau banget? Tapi enakan di rumah ya, daripada pergi ke bank. Oh, santai aja. Ada buka rekening zaman now. Andi, coba tunjukin. Pakai BRI Digital Saving. Buka rekening bisa dari mana aja. Gak pakai ke bank, langsung lewat gadget. Tinggal scan QR Code atau buka rekening.bri.co.id dan ikuti langkah-langkahnya. Jangan lupa transfer setoran awal. Buka rekening zaman now. Saatnya bisa buka rekening kapan aja, di mana aja.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to very end of the international web seminar. I will lead the closing prayer in Christian prayer. For those who have different kind of belief, please kindly support us. Let's us pray. Dear Lord Jesus, as this meeting come to the end, we thank you for the time you have given us. We thank you for the chance to gain different knowledge from all the speaker. Help us now to carry the knowledge and experience in our mind and put into action. May you bless us all. Protect us for your holy will. In the name of precious name of our Lord and Okay. Now we would like to share the evaluation link again, and you have 30 minutes to fill out the evaluation link before we close the access. And then we will take a picture with the participant and our speaker. Dear participants, please open your camera and we will take picture together. Okay, everyone, let's take picture together. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we will take another picture. Let's start again. 1, 2, 3. We will take a picture again. 1, 2, 3. Once again. 1, 2, 3. Once again, 1, 2, 3. Once again, 1, 2, 3. Once again, 1, 2, 3. Thank you. We already take a picture. We will send it later. Next information is the material from all the speakers, and also the certificate will be shared through WhatsApp group and Messenger group. It will be open for a week before we close the access. And now we will announce the lucky participant in Indonesia who won chosen to be given a gift from our sponsor. Here's the chosen one. Congratulations to Jenny Marlinda, Bernetta Fernandez, Andreas Anggaris Jananti, and Andreas Hadi Hermawan. And Asri Handayani, Denny Adianto, Dimas Putra Wideswara, good. Okay. I hope to see you again in our next web seminar. Stay happy, stay healthy. God bless you all. Thank you. from our speaker. Thank you once again to all of the knowledge and share experience to us. Thank you once again to Dr. Joel Ray, Dr. Sadi Bodar, and Mrs. Yeni.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Dr. Podar, Dr. Joel. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ritno. Dr. Nurulia, thank you so much. Dr. Yenny.
Geser lagi biar tulisannya kelihatan. Hidung yang geser.